The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I understand why the guy did what he did, and it was definitely a shot that's, no pun intended, that's going to be heard for and resonate with people in very powerful positions for a long time.
Yeah, do you think that they're going to change their practices, or they're just going to get more security?
More security.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Thursday, the 12th, December, 2024. The Bubba the Love Sponge show. Lummy as the executive producer and resident drunk.
Hello.
Seth as my
Employee of the year, baby.
resident Jewish individual.
Okay, way to take me down to nothing.
No, you didn't let me finish.
Sounded like that was full stop.
Happy Hanukkah, Rosh Hashanah. And thank you very much for bringing in your deodorant and your antiperspirant.
Yes.
Yesterday a trucker had said we were all talking about the various roll-ons and underarm deodorant, antiperspirants that we use.
There was some hot content. I don't even know how we got on it, Bubba, but that's how the magic happens around here.
It is. Thank you for telling me how the magic happens. I appreciate that.
We were talking about how Bubba shaves his armpits.
Yes. In fact, you gave me a little bit of a complex, Seth, when I was in the shower. I shower at night before I go to bed. That's when I shower. Because I have hair gel in my hair and I cannot sleep. I can't go to bed with hair gel.
I've seen you wash your hair in the sink after the show.
Yeah. If I'm going to work out right after the show, I can't work out with hair gel. I can't sleep with hair gel. If I sit in my recliner at home and I have hair gel, it makes the back sticky. So I like to get to hair gel unless I'm going to go do a food review, which I haven't done in a while. I like to get the hair gel out of my hair.
Does anybody else wear hair gel on the show?
No. Am I the only one?
You might be the only one.
Man, if you guys saw me without hair gel, oh my God, I look more like a grandpa than ever.
No, I've seen you. Like, I think I saw you at the Content House maybe when you got up.
Yeah, I look like almost as bad as you do without hair gel.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, how sometimes your hair just goes every which way but loose up top.
Yeah, no, I thought that's every day.
Well, yeah,
my hair's I gotta go get a haircut. My hair's in an awkward place right now.
But when you do get a haircut,
yeah,
you got like that 2 or 3 week window where it's pretty tightened up.
Oh, yeah.
It's short on top. It's not every which way but loose like it is today.
Oh, I'm fending off the hose when I get that haircut. But right now, yeah, it's a very down period for me.
Tuttle, our resident, our resident co-host,
lover boy,
and are you ever gonna be honest with the fans that you and Kristen are really, really on the road back together? Hold on, it would help if I turned your mic on. Thank you, my friend.
I didn't want to interrupt. Well, I usually text Seth because this is second show now, but I understand.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I didn't have my mic on last show either, but I understand there's a lot of people that are
What do you
always
mean you
coming
didn't have
in.
your mic on the last show?
Well, you forgot to turn it on at the
Well, you
beginning.
have to understand, I have so many
know.
different. Hold on, I have so many different mic configurations. The only thing that I have that's constant is mics 1 and 2.
Yes, sir.
Mic 5, which is Rhett. Mic 7, which is Macho. Mic 8, which is Seth, and then Alexa is mic 9. So sometimes
Mike is available to stream on Hulu and Disney Plus.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. What is today? That's great. Thanks.
I mean, what do you want her to? What were you expecting?
Sometimes she spews out, okay, hey, good morning, and today's National, Give Your Secretary Flowers Day. Would you like me to order your secretary flowers?
Today's National 49ers versus the Rams tonight with the fantasy football playoff starting, so get your team set.
Oh, yeah, they got Madden View. I love it when they do the Madden View on Thursday night.
You like that?
Yeah, I kind of do.
I haven't watched a Thursday night game, and I can't tell you how long.
I think it's how the game should be watched, to be honest.
Didn't you watch the game last week, Bubba? Was the Packers?
No, I didn't. I go to bed at 6:30, 7 o'clock.
I thought you caught a little of the game.
He always watches the highlights the next day.
I try to be at the studios by 4:45, and to get ready. You guys, hell, you can look up top. I got Jesus. Let me look at how many. Look at my boxes now. In order, I know you see a lot.
Oh, I see 7 AOL boxes open.
I know you see a lot. But you have to understand, in order to, I've had to go through every one of those and determine if it was something I might want to talk about, and maybe go through the pre-roll to get the commercial out of the way, which they usually give me another one anyway because it's been too long. But in order, yes, it looks crazy, but I have to have gone through every one of those. Seth, Lummy, I love the way you prep, and Seth, you know what? I like the way you prep too, but Seth preps like a madman.
I can't change my ways. I'm sorry.
And I'm not asking you to.
Thank you.
I'm not asking you to.
Thank you. Lummy, are you asking me to?
No, Lummy's not. If I'm not asking you to, he can't overrule me. He can't overrule me.
I just want to make sure I'm not bothering the Lum.
Do you know it's a gingerbread house day?
You know what?
Thailand
Talk about
Independence Day.
Is there anybody that actually loves gingerbread?
No, it's all for decoration.
Oh, it sucks. It's spicy and it just sucks. As far as I'll take anything over a gingerbread. Like why? And the other thing is fruit cake. Does anybody eat the fruit cakes that they give during the holidays?
I don't think that wasn't that a thing like in the 70s or 80s. A fruit cake.
I think it still is.
Wasn't it always like a gag gift kind of? But
I don't know. But
speaking of all your windows open, man, it's so much easier when you went digital, because remember how
every one of those had to be
printed.
a paper article.
Yeah, and you wanted your audio. We would have to burn all the audio onto CDs for you.
So they'd have to find the audio, if there was any, and then burn it, and then I'd have a corresponding paper newspaper article of that story with any pending information that I needed to know. Remember back in the day, it was like an arts and crafts. All the producers and interns and everything.
2 hours early.
Yes. You had to get here 2 hours earlier, and you had a pair of scissors, a stapler, and regular copy paper.
And the Tampa Bay Times.
And and you had to cut out the news story, staple it to the piece of paper, and then if there was if Channel 10 or Channel 28 or Channel 13 or Channel 8 covered that story, then you had to go, and because we recorded all the news, you'd have to go back and try to find if that was indeed a news story, and if it was a news story, burn it on a disc, then give me a master list of all the discs and the story that it corresponded with.
So fruitcake started in the Roman times, and it was brought to.
I wish it would have ended with the Roman times too.
It was made for the soldiers, and it was an easy battlefield snack.
Your paper bill must have been through the roof back in the day with all this story.
We still go through quite a bit of paper, but anyway, Tuttle, welcome.
Thank you.
I just wish you'd be a little more honest about you and your ex-wife. Are you guys?
Did you officially get a divorce?
Yeah. Did you ever get a divorce or not? Stop being.
Okay,
I want you to be
all right,
honest. I want you to be honest.
Just so you know,
no other radio host from Ron and Ron to the great Russ Rollins to Mike Calta to Drew Garabo to Soul Brother Kevin to everybody else that you've ever worked for has believed in you more than me.
Nobody has. Nobody's believed.
I've hired you back. I've fired you. I've yoked you up. I've assaulted you. You've stayed with me for weeks on end in my big house. I've taken you on a couple of my vacations.
Remember, he got into bed with you once, right?
You've sneaked into bed twice with me.
Uninvited, by the way.
So
too.
yeah, uninvited. So, I feel as if you guys never fell through with your divorce. I mean, it never followed through with your divorce.
We did not.
And so you guys are still married.
Yes.
Fantastic. That's even that much cooler.
Congratulations.
Well,
picking it back up ain't nothing but a thing.
If you get back together, does that mean you're officially married, or are you just like boyfriend and girlfriend at that point?
He's officially married right now.
Mm-hmm. See, but
Bubba, by the way, I just wanted to say, if anybody's interested in the Tuttle Kristen dynamic, they do have 2 podcasts of their new show up now.
And here's the deal,
Bubba
man.
Army on
I feel a
podcast.
lot of Bubba Army, a lot. I mean, from the 120,000 subscribers we have on YouTube to the we're approaching 170,000 on Facebook, the 108.8 thousand on X, the soon to be 30,000 on Instagram. Just all the different spots that we have. I feel like podcasting doesn't get listened to near like it should. There's some really good stuff over there. And I would really appreciate if you, the Bubba Army, would start exploring, and maybe, Lummy, when we finally get the new app, which I feel is really close. I know this. I know you can't go get the old app anymore.
Yes,
I know that.
Yeah, that's the reason why Apple deleted it.
So I think that's a really good sign. You can't go get the old app. So when you get the new app, podcasting is going to be right there for you to hit. And I think that will be a shot in the arm for all of our business. But I hope podcasting, because you got the Tuttle and Kristen podcast, you got the Operation Pigmentation podcast, you got the Loner and Stoner podcast, you got the Clem and Kush, you got the Monday Uncensored, you got, is there anything I'm missing?
The wrap-up show.
The wrap-up show. There's just so many great things in our podcasting world.
The Blizzard.
The Blizzard. And Seth, I did confirm with Shannon Burke yesterday, every other Thursday, probably starting at the first of the year, every other Thursday, the Ride on Red with me, Brian, and Shannon Burke at 10:15 on every other Thursday, and then the other 2 Thursdays a month will be the Blizzard.
Okay.
So are you good with that?
I'm good with that. You should need to talk to Brian off the air about that, though.
I will. I'm gonna have to get a schedule.
I talked to him the other day.
Is he not real cool with it?
He's nervous about. Well, he actually didn't think that the podcast was ever going to happen. Mm-hmm. He was banking on that, but he's nervous about being in your crosshairs, you and Shannon.
No, I'll get him. Okay.
I just talked to him. I'm just
right.
Is he still getting to you sometimes?
Is he what?
Is he getting to
No, not nearly like he used to.
Okay.
I've just learned how to take it.
He's become very popular lately.
Anyway, Rhett is here today. Rhett, I felt like today, during the meeting, you were kind of mad at me. You didn't really, you felt like, I don't know, maybe you were just really, really high, or you're just.
You look cold.
I just didn't feel it. Are you mad at me? Are you?
No.
Are you?
You always think I'm mad at you.
Well,
I just don't feel well.
Well, you come across, mad at me.
I don't know how. I didn't say anything.
Okay.
He just said he's a little sick or something.
Mach feels like Mach is back. Mach is back, I think.
Oh yeah.
Today he had a cup of coffee,
but he doesn't function in the cold, brother.
Not a bottle of Jaeger, but a cup of coffee, and it was talking about some of the things that he needed to do. Next week he's going to get in a little bit earlier because the show starts at 10. Next week he's going to get in a little bit earlier and start kind of getting ready for Barp. Lummy, I told him that he could put some stuff in the old Nikki merch trailer. And Lummy, we probably need to backload all of the stuff that we're storing back there, because the front part of it, I don't know if a lot of it's redundant stuff, but you know, all of those cabinets are full of carts that we eventually need to listen to. Now, there's some of them that are real obvious, like, you know, the Redneck Mondays. Like, there's some stuff that
it's
obvious on some stuff that we know.
50-50.
Do you need me to listen through some stuff?
Sure, I mean,
would it help?
you know, I think that I love your enthusiasm, Tuttle, but I think that you're Johnny Eddie Haskell, where you just offer to do anything, but really you can't. I mean, you couldn't feasibly. You live on the other coast, my friend.
Are you going to come here and put the tape in the tape deck?
I think that's beneath you. I think you think you're a big time host, and I don't think that you would do any of the behind the scenes stuff.
He was our waiter at the Content House.
Oh,
I think
you know what? You're right on that.
He's
I'm
all
sorry.
for whatever, man.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tuttle.
You know how many times I had to sit through here, me and Pantera, editing stuff for Best Of all the time?
I know, but that was a different time. You're a big time star now.
I'm not. I'm a nobody.
Lummy, I got to tell you what I was really, really surprised by today and happy. As I think Gary Cantrell put this up, and thank you, Gary, or Rhett, one of the two, whoever, one of the two. I was going through our Facebook deal, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show Facebook, and they got a clip of Operation Pigmentation, and their opinion of the Luigi Mangione. Is it Mangione? Luigi Mangione.
Yeah, Luigi Mangione.
And they have kind of, hold on.
Well, I mean,
maybe that'll spark.
Hold on here. Let me refresh this because I want to get it here.
Red said there's going to be copycats popping up and doing the same thing.
Well, here's a clip. And so a lot of people may not be familiar with Operation Pigmentation.
They may not be.
And it's
time to get familiar.
Barbers from the South Side. Operation Pigmentation started out with Seth, Craig, and Rio. And now they've brought in, I think, their brother and a cousin, or their son and a cousin. And, you know, these African-Americans, very successful African-American small business owners, have a lot of times a way different opinion than we do, just, you know, about things. And I think this is their opinion of the United CEO getting shot and what it potentially might represent. I think that's what this is it not,
yes.
Seth?
Yes. I mean,
Maybe.
And thank you to Gary and Rhett for repurposing this sort of thing, because these are the sort of things and these are the sort of repurposes that we should not only just keep on Facebook, but we should also distribute across, you know, X and Instagram and whatever. But these are the kind of things, you know, maybe the only thing we could do differently is maybe have a link to what people could click to get this particular show or get them in our podcasting world. But they have an interesting perspective on this, and I really like this cross-promotion. Great job for everybody. This is exactly what I envision. Thank you. Thank you to all involved.
Thank you.
That'll spark our government to do something about that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And step in,
something has to be
regulate
done
this
to
monopoly that y'all call.
I mean, let's just be honest. Nothing's cooler than 3 or 4 black guys getting together and spitting it.
That's right.
I mean, you know.
That's what I'm banking on.
I mean, because they can say things we can't, and they look at things differently than we do sometimes.
And also, Rio didn't even know about the CEO getting shot until I just told him about it on this. So he was able to get a strong opinion,
right.
just boom, without even knowing what the hell was going on in the world.
This is straight unfiltered, right? This is right from the
insurance, and make these people accountable for what you selling us and make them pay. You don't have the option to pull out and cut my insurance off. Motherfucker, it's for life. We're paying dearly for this.
And by the way, I love their language. They don't care.
Certain situations that Martin Luther King shit not gonna work. Like
who was running back for the Seattle Seahawks?
Marshawn
Lynch.
Yes. Like Richard Sherman on those.
He does look like Richard Sherman, does he not?
Yes, he does.
Martin Luther King had the wrong fucking dream.
You're gonna have to Malcolm some shit.
Gary or Rhett, you messed that one.
To get shit done,
but as a government, they need to take action against all the insurance companies.
Yes.
You guys know that. And regulate that and hold them accountable. God forbid, I really need some life saving assistance from y'all. Like real
paying more.
The doctor won't do his job correctly.
Yeah, Rio's going off on this.
Oh, I love it, man.
Is he not?
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing's better than when I get Rio or Craig going.
If he know that you ain't properly insured, if he know he ain't getting his money,
He's not gonna do it.
he's not gonna properly give you the proper care that you need.
This article I just read said.
My dad always used to, when maybe times were tough back in the day, he always said, listen, just go out, commit a crime that's going to get you about a year where you go to prison, and they're going to have to take care of you medically. I mean, it does make sense. As long as you get into prison, they got to take care of everything for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, now you got, I don't know if going to prison for a year,
Maybe a little raping here and there, but...
Did you say raping?
Yeah, I mean...
I think that might be one of the last things I would do.
And I think that might get more than a year.
I think maybe robbing a 7-Eleven.
No, I'm talking in jail.
Oh.
You might have to take some rapings to get your medical stuff done.
So now you're having.
Like a regular checkup.
Not only are you getting your liver cancer handled, but you're getting your colon reconstructed. Your rectum has been completely wrecked. I don't know. Seth or somebody sent this to me, and I think Larry Bird, Caitlin Clark, and Taylor Swift, they have been hired to do a commercial of some type. We're thinking it might be cellular, but man, I can't wait for this commercial. Like,
it's gonna be a badass commercial.
Oh my God. Talk about...
like 3 of your new favorite people all together doing one commercial.
3 of my favorite people in life.
Yeah.
My God. Like, how do you not just,
Lummy, where'd you find that?
Where did you find it, Lummy?
It was sent to me by a great individual.
Okay. Does that great individual have a name? And is there a reason why you have to keep it anonymous?
No. I mean, I wasn't sure if this person wanted to be named or not because he's such a...
He produced
I think
a
it's
commercial?
Grok. I think Grok is his name. Grok.
I think
that's where we got it from.
Rhett's not afraid to. Just thank you, Rhett, for the information. Lummy, why would you be afraid to expose the great Grok?
What do you?
The great Grok.
I don't know. I guess that must be the Grok's nickname because I got it from Seth Kushner. So I wasn't exactly sure.
Mark's on there.
Hey, Bubba,
photographer.
What, Seth?
I hate that Lummy did this to you, but it's AI.
It is. See, I not hold on. Will you not give me the credit because when I first hold on when I
kind of knew
when I first hold on no I'm not taking this rap.
Caitlin Clark looks more like Larry Bird than Larry.
I'm not taking this rap because when you guys first tried to sell this nonsense to me, Lummy, be true, put your 3 fingers up and be truthfully honest. What did I say the minute you guys sent this to me? This ain't real.
Yeah, you said Larry Bird looks like he's like 6'3" there.
Yeah, I mean,
he's shrinking.
I picked it apart, and then you guys really.
Then we put it back together.
Is that much how much you hate me, guys? Whoa. Is that you're gonna lay me out to look that stupid?
No.
When I picked it apart, you should have said, and not let me go to air with it. You should have said, yeah, you're right. Now had you guys set the hook on me deep, and I would have gone, oh my God. That's a great picture. I can't wait for this commercial. Oh my God. But instead, I only said that after you guys hard sold the fact that it's real. I rely on you guys sometimes to set me straight.
Well, we're keeping you sharp, Bubba. It's part of a new program let me develop.
I can't believe y'all did him dirty like that.
You did me dirty.
Because he did ask Photoshopped, and
Photoshopped?
It's AI and it's scary, Tuttle. And what we're doing is...
Tuttle, I niffed it out.
Yes, you did immediately.
But you were, Bubba. But come on, off the air, and you might have even just said this a minute ago, you go, man, this is going to be a great commercial. I mean, you got
after you guys validated it for me, and I rely on you guys.
I know.
But when I
trust you.
But when I first saw it, my first reaction was, this ain't real. Larry's 6'9", he looks like he's about 6'4" there. And your guy's like, he might have been leaning down, and the other people might have been on boxes and stuff. So I niffed it out, and you guys should have at that point not let me go on to air with it. I think you guys like to make me look stupid.
What is that mark on her left arm?
I know, I see that too.
Yeah,
I think she does have a tattoo.
It looks like a wart remover.
It does look like a wart remover.
All right, whatever.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
Why can't we just do it like a PSA to the audience of like, hey, there's fake pictures out there. AI is dangerous, and this is our PSA about it.
All right, so I have to talk to all. I am getting inundated, and I don't want there to be any surprises. and I don't want anybody mad at me, but we are getting crushed. Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway. We are getting crushed with people.
The Godfather of Monster Trucks, Dennis Anderson.
Yes, we're getting crushed. It's going to be 2 big shows. They got a matinee show at 11, and then I don't know what time the nighttime show is. I think 6 or 7.
Starts at 7.
Starts at 7. So between staff, between my guys at Sunbelt, even Tara has employees that want to take their kids to this. It's going to be an absolute packed house, and I just want to I got everybody's tickets taken care of.
All right, thank you.
But I cannot waive your parking. I cannot because we split parking with the promoter, and so
how much is it to park?
$10. Oh. So I'm just going to let you know, I got your tickets handled. You're on my list, the whole 9 yards, Rhett, Lummy, I don't know who else.
Is it too late for me to get tickets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Damn it. Because I thought that would be a great date night with me and Kristen.
Well, it would be if you would record it and, but I doubt that you would record it.
So this is going to be another sellout event at Bubba Raceway
It's going to
Park?
be a sellout event. And I just want to let you know that I got you taken care of on tickets, but you're gonna have to pay for parking. So I don't think that's. I mean, it's $10. It's gonna cost you $10 to go to the show.
Do you need some people working concessions? I'd love to pick up some extra money.
No, shut up, Eddie Haskell. Because if I actually said yes, Tuttle, I need you to work the snow cone or the funnel cake machine.
Count me in.
You would not relinquish your Saturday night to come and make $50 to run the.
Do I get tips though? Can I put a tip jar out there if I'm making good snow cones?
Yeah.
Then sign me up, man.
Stop.
It's kind of
stop. So anyway,
is this going to be the biggest thing you've ever had there?
No.
Oh,
the tour of destruction was.
Of course.
Where we burnt cars down.
Everybody knows that.
But this is happening Saturday in Ocala. Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway.
I can watch on Flow Sports.
No, but you know what? I am going to go live on our YouTube channel.
Sweet.
I am going to go live on our YouTube channel. Probably Lummy from maybe I can't be in the middle of the infield because that's where they do all their tricks. So I might actually go to the top of the scoring tower and do it from up there.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
So
may I ask you a question without you getting upset about
Mm-hmm.
Does an event like this take care of the
year,
the track for a year? Yeah.
No, hell no.
Okay.
Take care of the track for a month.
Okay.
But I mean, even if before Tom Bean and I even have one event, it takes $4,000 a month just to keep the track mowed, the power on. We have one person that's the caretaker that stays there, so it's $4,000 a month just not to even have an event.
How long does it take you to get the track down for the circle track race, or do you have to reconfigure anything?
Well, here's the thing. We have over the years, and we've had monster truck shows. We've learned. So they always need 15 dump trucks full of dirt so that they can build their ramps. The ramps that they jump and stuff like that. Well, over the years, they would just bring in dirt, and then we'd have to, get big front-end loaders and remove the dirt. And so in the last couple years, we have this huge clay, this really, really good clay. Out back, we found this vein of clay. And so, and it's unbelievable material. So now what we do is we have them build the ramps that they're going to use for the monster trucks with this clay, and then instead of having taken it all the way off the track, they literally scoop it up and just dump it on the track, and I grade it in.
Oh, nice.
So that's why I can't be here on Monday, because I'll be grading in all of the ramp clay from the show. So really, the only thing I'm really bringing this up for, I don't have to promote it because it's sold out. I think it's sold out.
That's awesome.
It's sold out. But, when Rhett pulls up or Lummy pulls up or whoever, and they charge you $10 to park,
don't be offended.
I'm just trying to, don't be mad.
No, I'm turning around. I'm going home.
Okay.
Walker's got to be excited about this. He's a big monster truck.
Listen, here's the
He's
deal.
not happy about the parking.
No,
though.
here's the deal, though. Lummy, at this point, Lummy could not come home tomorrow and tell the family we're not going to the Monster Truck Show, Walker might flip.
Yeah,
And,
Bubba would have told me parking was $100. I would have had to pay it.
Yeah.
Parker will put Lummy's hand on the grill.
He's into that.
It's parking's $10, and that's all it's going to cost you. If you're on my list, you guys know to get a hold of Merch Crick. I think she's got you all listed up. But I've never seen. I mean, I've had Tony Stewart in a wings. I had my biggest show. Total, you would appreciate this because you're a NASCAR fan. My biggest racing show, as far as amount of money that we made, my biggest show ever was when Tony came back in a sprint car.
Oh,
Remember,
wow.
he took a 2-year hiatus because of the Kevin Ward, because of the guy that he killed during a sprint car race that he was found not guilty of. But he took a 2-year hiatus of sprint cars during that investigation and or potential trial. Well, when he finally decided to come back to sprint cars, my track was the first track that he made his return at, and oh my God,
Had to be a lot of news and media.
A lot of news and media. He didn't want to really talk about it. It was a sealed settlement. He didn't want to talk about it. We actually had to hire Marion County Sheriff's Departments to kind of protect his area, because there were some people that were mad at him about that. I mean, that was a polarizing thing, even though it wasn't his fault. Listen, as a race car driver, when a guy spins you out or you think he does you dirty, you're not supposed to stay on the track and try to rush towards the guy when he's coming by you.
Yeah, never get out of your car. What's the most amount of NASCAR drivers you ever had show up for an event to race?
I had. Well, I mean, at one time I had Kenny Schrader.
What about Wallace? Kenny Wallace?
I had Kenny Wallace, Kenny Schrader, David Rudeman in one race, and I've had Elliott there, Chase Elliott there. We had Kyle Larson there last year. So there's a chance that Kyle Larson will be at Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway for the Lucas Super Late Model Show. I think there is a chance that might happen.
I mean, he's good at everything.
He's the best there ever was. He is absolutely the best race car driver ever.
Could you ever see? Did he ever do? Yeah, he did the Indy 500 last.
He did the Indy 500. Could have won it if he hadn't have screwed himself on pit road. The only thing he hasn't driven is an F1.
I could see him doing that.
But he's so little and so built for an F1. And, you couldn't put an F1 guy in a 410 winged or a 410 non-wing car like you can. Literally, those that are NASCAR enthusiasts or racing enthusiasts really don't know how special of a time this is during racing to know that you can have the ability to watch Kyle Larson run. He'll run NASCAR on Sunday, and then he'll go do he owns his own 410. He bought Tony Stewart's All-Star Sprint Series, and I think it was named High Limit, and then they actually turned the name back to All-Stars. So he owns the All-Star Circuit of Champions. So he'll go race NASCAR on Saturday or Sunday, and then he'll race 410 sprint cars Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday all through the Midwest and whatever, and then he doesn't get to the NASCAR track until literally practice time.
Now
he flies in. They take him to the car. He gets in it. Does NASCAR have practice anymore?
No, they don't.
They don't.
No.
So they go right to qualifying.
Yeah, they do. They definitely do. Now let me ask you: do they have practice drivers? Say Larson's running late.
No.
They're doing everything.
Everything is now relied on simulators.
Has he done drag racing yet?
No, he hasn't, but he will.
Yeah,
he will. It's going to be interesting to see what Tony Stewart gets his kid at. His new son Dominic. He's just 2 months old now. It's going to be interesting if he steers Dominic towards the roundy round, because let's remember Tony Stewart owns Eldora. So does he get him in that, or does he take him right to drag racing? Or maybe does it? Maybe he does both.
Now, a lot of people think that there's not a lot of skill in drag racing because you're going in a straight line, but
For 4 seconds.
Yeah, I hear that that's not true at all. Like, there's a lot of stuff you got to get right.
Here's Tony. I got to go to words. Elton John makes an absolute idiotic. Elton, there's probably a lot of things you do in your life that's probably far more risky than marijuana.
Hierarchy 65. Give me 20 subs.
How many?
20.
20 from on the YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Damn.
Thank you so much. Now, there's a lot of things that Elton John has done in his lifetime and the lifestyle that he lives that's probably far riskier than marijuana.
Cocaine.
Well, I mean, just some other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And he makes this proclamation, he makes this statement, and it makes headlines from People magazine. Why Elton John calls the legalization of marijuana one of the greatest mistakes of all time. To this day, I dabble in marijuana. I'm not addicted to it. I can go months and months and months and not do it. But it to me, it's not addictive. And it's the biggest.
Mentally addicting.
Is it mentally addicting?
Yeah. As someone who smokes every day, I don't think I've ever met a bigger dick than someone who regularly smokes weed and then doesn't have it all of a sudden.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people get very irritable without it very quickly. Me being one of them.
Maybe that's today. Maybe that was what happened today. Did you not get high before the show?
No, I did. I just don't feel very well.
Must not be a very good strain you got.
I think I got what Macho had on Tuesday.
You must have the dick strain.
Got that Delta 9.
You might have got some synthetic stuff.
Never.
There's always pre-rolls on site, though, right? I mean...
Oh, yeah, we got whatever you need. If you're ever running a little bit low, just whatever.
I just needed a Motrin today to get through. I mean,
Weed, Motrin, all of that.
I go, man, I got a headache. I go, Bubba will take care of me. I don't need this stupid-ass Tylenol in my house.
Midol's been helping me the most with headaches.
Midol?
Yeah.
The thing that girls take for their periods?
Yeah, and it's got caffeine in it, too.
I think I took that once. I think I took that once or twice when there was nothing around, and Phoebe told me that it was, it's not going to turn you into a woman. It just helps your.
I like the perk. I like the little harder stuff, like the perk.
Oh, I thought the perk.
I like a nice 10 325 perk.
A prescription type stuff is what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
10 325.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I thought it just helps your pain.
Dude,
It's a testosterone blocker.
I like it because you do get the
How many
caffeine.
Midol did you take?
I take it and then I go push the sled at the YMCA. I'm manlier than ever.
Good morning, everybody. How is everyone this morning?
Oh, Deborah, you're getting some good comments about the podcast and chat.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if you're watching YouTube at all.
I'm going back and forth, but
did we ever play that, Bubba? The wrestling thing? That wrestling video?
We're doing it. It's coming next, bud.
No, I know. It was so fucking funny, man.
I know. It's such a fucking dick dad. But yeah, we're gonna go do it next. I'm getting it next break. I'm doing.
No, you're good. Yeah, no rush.
Elton, Dick Dad, and Mega Million.
Well, I mean, I forget what I send you because I sent you that Caitlin Clark story.
Good morning, Attack of the Dog. Thought I saw. Hey, what's up, Snizook Slayer? Did you find any more locations, fishing-wise? What's up, Nick the Gun Guy? I need to get with you, Nick. I reorganized and I did want to bring those Colt revolvers down for you to look at.
Thanks for sending those, Gary. I didn't even know that they were.
Quicker Ticker. Good morning.
I didn't know they were up. Bubba was like, "Oh, these clips are up." I was like, "What?"
Just _ heat. Good morning.
I'm on Facebook like once
Shove
a
it up,
week.
Spice. Good morning. Radio 11. Good morning. How are you?
What up, BGE pros? Bill, did you see BGE?
What? What's
sorry,
that?
BJE. I always say BJE.
BJE Pros. Yes. What's up, boss man?
No, thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. You know, Bubba's just the last person I expected.
Oh yes,
shit
Mr.
up.
Slayer. I didn't mean. I totally forgot to reply. Yeah, I'll that was a big ass trout that you got.
I got my deodorant locked and loaded for the people. I know the trucker was wanting to know.
Okay, Nick the gun guy. Yeah, definitely. I'll get with you.
Sounds like you're on the phone.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, sorry. I'm just talking.
Very good.
Is that a Power Pig Isuzu truck?
Yeah.
That is so cool.
I know, now we're getting into some of the stuff that makes me really horny.
Look at that truck. I love it.
Look at that plush interior. Is Isuzu still around? Is it still a brand?
I don't think so.
That's a shame.
Did you ever see his Daewoo's?
No, but I heard him talking about it on the radio for a long ass time.
Love those.
What's up, Hoss?
Duck God, thank you, man. Says Tuds, you've been great since your epic return. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anthony, I really would like Mike Vrabel. Not a popular decision with Bears fans because they just want the young, hot offensive coordinator.
Somebody said Chevy swallowed Isuzu, so I guess bought Isuzu.
Okay. And maybe just bought it to end it.
Yeah.
It's like WWE did with WCW.
Where did Pontiac? Did Pontiac get bought up by anybody?
Oh, Pontiac, yeah, that might be cool. Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Mercury. Were those under Ford?
I thought the Pontiac was. Did they have the Firebird?
I think so.
Man, Pontiac used to be really good at NASCAR. I think Tony
won a championship with Pontiac.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think that was like the last year that they were in there.
I want Mike Vrabel, baby.
You don't want Belichick?
He's gone, Chapel Bill.
Oh, is he really going to UNC?
Oh, it's official.
Oh, no shit.
5 years, yeah.
Dude.
Do you know what he got them to do, Tuttle?
What?
He gave them a 400-page, plan.
This is how the only way I'll come.
Yeah, and then no negotiation, but he said they're hiring a recruiting department, and so all he has to do is coach, and then he's going to have people that recruit for the school.
Yeah, but, I mean...
I think...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The studio looks so good and festive and large and important.
Macho has done this is the best the studio's ever looked.
13-foot Christmas tree that Lummy next year will put in the corner there.
Yes. Look way better.
Look way better. And is it going to be easier to disassemble as well? And do you put them do you put them all back real nice instead of just throwing them in a bag and
Like
I'm assuming you're going to be able to put them all back super nice, put them back in
the box.
Do they come with bags?
It came with bags. We got the bags, and the bags go in the box, and the boxes are numbered.
And then the boxes are numbered.
And the bags are numbered.
And the boxes, hopefully you can close the box and not have to jam the box down because it's overstuffed. It just fits perfect.
Yes.
And everything's perfect.
We took pictures of how the tree came in the boxes, so we know how the configuration goes back in.
Thank you.
I think Trace used to jump on the Christmas tree box to get it to close.
He would lay on it, yeah, good amounts.
Elton John calls marijuana, the legalization of marijuana, one of the greatest mistakes of all times. I am not a big believer on marijuana as a gateway drug to other things because I know plenty of people that, consume marijuana, and that's all they consume.
Could it be that the last time he supposedly tried marijuana was in the 1990, and weed's changed a little bit?
And he went from
90s?
marijuana to cocaine.
Yeah.
No, this bitch got some bad edibles. I mean, I think he's on the high-powered stuff. I think he's probably been in on it for a while.
Well, he claims he has not touched marijuana since 1990.
Let's touch 10.
Elton John criticized the legalization of marijuana, saying it's addictive and impairs cognitive thinking. I would probably agree with that. I maintain that it's addictive. It leads to other drugs. John, who was named an icon of the year by Time magazine, told an outlet, when you're stoned, and I've been stoned, you don't think normally. Legalizing marijuana in America and Canada is one of the greatest mistakes of all times. I disagree. I think the legalization of marijuana, I think it is, of all the recreational drugs, so to speak, you never hear of anybody that is overdosed on weed. It chills you out. And go to an Eagles game. Go to a Philadelphia Eagles game and see how many drunks are fighting, and then see how many high people are fighting.
None.
The drunk people want to fight you. They want to beat the crap out of you. Kind of like that Commanders. Remember the guy with the Baltimore
the Ravens fan?
Yeah, remember him? He was drunk.
Well, you know what they say, a lot of the problem now with a lot of like those Philly and especially California is that besides the alcohol, it's being mixed with cocaine.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, cocaine
marijuana,
and
in its just marijuana purest form is not. It may be addictive. Everything's addictive. Goddamn, Big Macs are addictive. I mean, everything's addictive.
But if you got rid of alcohol, like at the sporting events, and only like let them smoke weed, think of the money you would make off of concessions.
Well, coming from a former alcoholic.
Yeah.
And coming from probably a recreational weed consumer.
Yes.
I think you could probably quit weed. Let me fish on the J, 50 for the PayPal. Knowing today's payroll.
You could make a little bit of money, but I'm curious because there's no way they can mark up weed prices the same way they do alcohol at those sporting events.
But I'm just saying though, the food, everybody's stoned, they would be getting nachos.
If I'm sitting by Rat and we're high, our biggest conundrum is how are we going to get down to the concession stand? I don't care if Rhett's pulling for the Bucks and I'm pulling for the Packers. If we're both high and Baker Mayfield throws a zipper into Evans, I'm like, hey dude, that was a good pass. We're gonna try to come back and get you. And Rhett's like, that's right, man. Mike Evans is the greatest of all time. But you know what, bro? I got the munchies. Me too, dude.
And then
I'm wonder that bitch got that foot-long corn dog. I don't know. Ask her, ma'am. Yes. Where did you get that foot-long corn dog? I got it down at the concession stand 2 doors down. Great, thank you. And if I'm drunk and Rhett's drunk and Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield throws a zipper into Evans, I'm like, man, that sucks. What a dick, man. He pushed off. That's offensive pass interference. And Rhett's like, screw you, fat ass. It was not. It was a clean pass. Bull crap. And that's our mentality. Mean, fight.
Now I want to get high and eat a corn dog.
And instead, me and Red are just like...
Are footlong corn dogs a thing?
Yeah, boy. Yeah. Come to Bubba Raceway Park this Saturday night.
Holy hell, man.
And my boy Tony Snyder, who runs concessions, will fire you up a footlong... Oh, my God, they're my favorite,
It took a minute for it to register, but I'm like, man, could that be like the Leaning Tower of Pisa all of a sudden?
It's so good.
It's so phallic.
It is very phallic, and you can't eat a foot-long corn dog without look like you're, giving oral sex, especially if I slather it in my ketchup. But two drunk dudes do not interpret and watch the football game the way two high dudes do.
Speaking of corn dogs, just a sidebar real quick. Are you familiar with a Smitty's corn dog?
No. But here's the thing. Over my years of being on radio, I actually had, in the early days of 98 Rock, Bubba won a corn dog because I've always been a big corn dog fan.
So Smitty's is a I guess like a mom and pop, just pop up thing, a vendor that pops up at They are usually
Is
at
it
the
like
Strawberry
Korean?
Festival every year. That's what they are most popular
Strawberry
for.
Festival?
Yeah,
Well,
and
that's
they
yeah,
are
'cause
the one and only corn dog stand that you need to go to at the Strawberry Festival. You can go
I
to
might
any
go
other
to the Strawberry Festival just to get me a
Well,
Smitty's
you
corn
could
dog.
just go to their store or their shop at Implant City.
Oh, I didn't know they had a.
Yeah,
They had a standalone?
sure do.
That's
Let me
badass.
Napa Mike. Napa know-how. Napa know-how.
They go
50
they go
on
around,
the PayPal. 50 on the PayPal Napa Mike. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. They go around to a lot of the different events. Like I think Hillsborough County State Fair, they'll be out there.
So they
Normally
got a
Strawberry
stand. They
Festival
got.
every year.
It sounds like Smitty's has got a standalone in Plant City, but they also got a vending trailer that they take
Yeah.
to some of the special events.
Yeah, and it is absolutely worth it. I know you'll see the line and you'll be like, "What the hell?" But it is worth it.
I mean, I got to think like on a Tuesday at 11:30, and right before the lunch crowd, that I could go to Smitty's Corn Dog in Plant City and get me a corn dog.
Oh yeah, easy.
Can you look up Lummy Smitty's Corn Dog Plant City? Let me know what the address. Is it a legitimate? Is it just a food truck trailer deal, or is it like a brick and mortar kind of deal?
I will check and get it to you.
But I'm telling you right now, I know several people, Brett, myself, Tuttle, certainly Seth Kushner, that all dabble in various levels of weed.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Macho Man's a big weed guy, although Macho Man, I got to tell you, coming from not only a boss, but a father-like figure, is if you would substitute your Jaeger for weed, you'd have far less hangovers and be in a far better situation in life than you are now.
Didn't Arnold used to get high when he worked out?
I don't know. Oh, it is cool to get really, really high and work out because you're so high that you're working out so hard that you really don't know you're working out that hard because you're high. Hogan used to get as high as he possibly could and just work out because you know how time slows down when you're high?
Oh, yeah.
He would just work out and work out and work out. What are you going to say, Seth?
God, I don't know. I was just thinking about Hulk Hogan pumping away, and it really got me thrown off. I'm not going to listen to this cokehead who doesn't even live in America talk about that weed did wasn't good for him. So weed is a massive mistake.
And I'm not going to ever listen. I've had arguments with DEA agents. You know, when you're a DEA agent, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. You know, every drug's bad. Everything's I call them marijuana mics. And they swear, every DEA agent, they're drinking the Kool-Aid and they're like, they have the same opinion. And that is that marijuana is a gateway drug to others. I'm telling you right now, I've participated in marijuana and I don't have any inkling to do cocaine, to do methamphetamine, to do.
But it is a gateway. It is a gateway drug to stronger marijuana. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you what marijuana is. It's a gateway drug to the concession stand. Is what it is. Now, I will tell you this, man. If you're the one bad thing in my life about marijuana is it makes me want to absolutely eat the refrigerator door off. Like, I mean, I sometimes when I get high, just not the actual consumption of the food, but just the friction against my palate feels so. I'm so high.
The crunch
and just the food rubbing inside of my mouth just make. I was like, oh God, marijuana is not a gateway drug.
Have you ever
Rhett, do you get high and then 20 minutes later say, man, I got to do a couple rails of cocaine?
Not quite.
No, I mean, Seth,
that could get expensive.
Yeah,
but like there's nobody that I know that participates in marijuana that feels as if they need to take it to the next level.
No, I don't at all. I'm happy with the level of marijuana.
So am I.
But I never wanted to compare it to drinking because I just think drinking is its own thing. Look, with whether marijuana is legal or not, the people that wanted it were always going to be able to get it. But what the legalization does is it lets people that are older that can't eat because they have debilitating illnesses and they need to get appetite enhancers or they need to get out of chronic pain. They're able to go into a store and buy it now, have access to it. So it's for those people that change their lives, the people that were going to be addicted to it or whatever, like Elton said, we're going to be on it the whole time anyway.
Here's the deal. My mom is going to be 80 years old, and she is from Indiana, the reddest of red states, the most conservative, like literally the most conservative except for the evangelical / abortion portion, my mom is, very Republican. And just the thought of weed, and we were always, raised in Warsaw that was a very bad thing. I didn't even try weed. Here's the thing that people don't. I didn't try weed until I was 46 years old.
Which is crazy because
I've been around it all my life. Being in radio and going backstage, Motley Crue, and just, all the big bands that I introduced on stage. And
your whole show back in the day, like Manson, Brent, Spice.
Brinson, Manson, and Spice all got high, and I never did. I never got high.
When was the first time?
When I was 46 years old, Brent brings in this volcano thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we still got it.
Was it the balloon?
Yeah,
yes,
the bags.
it was the big. It was the big. We called them Zeppelins, and 25 was the weed.
What would he fill it up like?
25 was the weed tender, and I went on Amazon and bought like 5 or 6 of these bags, so everybody had their own bag. And you would put this bag on top of this volcano. It's called the volcano.
Yeah, it's a vaporizer.
And it vaporizes all this smoke into this bag, and it's got a one-way valve where you can just hit it, and then you can put and then the smoke doesn't come out of the Zeppelin. It stays in there until you hit it again.
It's got a valve.
Yeah, and I tried that. I was like, I don't like the aspect of like smoking. Like smoking a cigarette. I didn't like that. But since it seems like it's pre-smoked it for me and just giving me the byproduct, which is what it kind of does. And oh my God, I tried it first at the age of 46. And I was like, I can remember.
All of a sudden you could walk again.
No, but I can remember telling myself, like, what's so wrong about this?
Well, and you also got to think. I mean, I don't know what your mindset was going into it or what stopped you for so long, but there's a huge percentage of people around your age. Like my stepdad, for example, he works in trash for waste management. He's working 65 hours a week. His body hurts. He is a chain cigarette smoker, always has been. I know for a fact if he took up smoking weed,
instead of cigarettes,
he would feel much better, but
and it'd be healthier.
He's stubborn as it gets. He smoked weed one time in 1979, and now he never needs to touch it ever again.
But here's the deal: did you say 2-pack a day?
Probably.
Wow. All right, so 20 cigarettes could equal about 8 to 10 joints. So if he would smoke like
8 to 10 joints will put you out.
Okay,
I don't care who you are.
All right, so instead of smoking 20 cigarettes and the nicotine, which now he's built such a tolerance to nicotine, you have to keep increasing the volume. That's why he's up to 2. Instead, you say, stepdad, here's 4 joints. Burn these throughout the day instead of cigarettes. And 1, you're not damaging your lungs you're smoking 16 less things. And secondly, it's going to make you feel euphoric and make your body not ache as bad. My mom is 80, and nobody is more of a marijuana Mike than her. Like my sister and I were raised to think that marijuana was, some of the Reefer Madness commercials where a black guy will get high and break into a white woman's house and rape her. Right. That's what, in Warsaw, Indiana, that was the mentality of weed. And so I didn't get high until I was 46. And then when I got high for the first time, I was like, what is so wrong? Now, I've been drunk before, a lot. In college and things like that. And I was like, I know the feeling of that.
I've never seen you drunk.
And, I don't drink. I just don't drink. And so I remember getting high, and I remember saying, what is so wrong with this feeling? This is such a euphoric feeling. I'm in such a great mood. It just, my Lord, I can understand why people really like this stuff. And, I've been dabbling in it ever since. My mom, on the other hand, when they legalized marijuana in Florida for, medical reasons, my mom went and I talked her into go getting her car. My mom, had back surgeries, and she was taking these opioid, pain medicines for her back. She knew that they were addictive and they were bad, but she would take like maybe 1 or 2 a day to try to dull the pain on her back. And Tara and Tarek took her down to the dispensary after she got her card, got her some gummies, and now my mom takes about a half a gummy a day to eliminate her back pain, and it works way better than the pills. It's way better. It's way better for her. And, so like.
Don't tell Elton.
Don't tell Elton.
My mom had cancer twice in her life. And I remember I was doing nights at Real Radio, and I had to ask somebody, and I brought her home a bag of pot. And it was the only thing that kept weight on her. And even up until the day she died, like, she would smoke weed with me every night. She loved it.
I maintain that it's addictive. It leads to other drugs. No. You know what? It is addictive. Marijuana can be addictive, but it does not lead to other drugs.
We also did mushrooms.
I know of.
You did mushrooms with your mom?
Yeah, microdosing.
Nice.
I've done mushrooms just one time, and it didn't quite have the,
Got to get the right dose, man.
That's what everybody says.
I overdosed, and
you got to roll the dice on those, right?
Yiggy Jim, $10.
Merch Crick was upstairs, and I was down here in the studio. I was on a Saturday, and I had done some, and she texted me and said, "Can you help me carry this big box from upstairs downstairs, because we have to take it to the post office." I think it was like during one of the tactical bags or something like that. We had like 50 to 60 tactical bags to mail out of the airport. And I remember I was so effed up on mushrooms that I could not make it up the stairs.
Would you think it was like 10 flights, but it was only one?
No, I just couldn't make my, I know I'm fat, but I can usually make it right up those stairs lickety split. I just could not dexterily make my legs want to move. And I just couldn't. So I'm like, listen, you know what? Take the box and just slide it down the stairs. I can't go any higher. So I was right there at, let me that landing.
Yeah.
We have the first stairs, which are 4 stairs, and there's the landing, and then there's like another 12 stairs. So she was just taking the boxes and sliding them down, and I was trying to catch them, and I could navigate the 4 stairs, but I couldn't do the additional 12.
Shadow Panda 20.
The microdosing, though, is great, like on a regular basis. Like, I mean, it just makes everything more colorful to me.
Seth, have you dabbled in mushrooms at all?
I have not.
None.
No, it's a little.
You're a weed or die guy.
Yeah.
Instead of ride die, we or die.
I know a lot of weed people are, very pro mushrooms and microdosing, but, whenever they start talking about you need to be around the right people, or you need to be inside, or you need to be outside, or you need to be here or there, like it's
you
too
need
much.
To be around a person that can take care of you, something like that.
I like to know what I'm going to get. That's why I don't drink at all, because the drinking could take you any direction.
I had an ecstasy Sherpa the first time I did ecstasy. Like, she walked me through the whole process.
That's a drug I don't need to do when I have to have a handler. You know what I'm saying? Elton John looked back at his own experiences with drugs, saying that cocaine was his drug of choice. Well, that's on you, okay? That's on John. That's on you, John.
2 times I think he blew his heart out.
Yeah, that's on you. That's just you being in your addictive personality. I mean, nobody says, "Man, you know what? I've been smoking weed now for 5 years, and I think I need to up it up a notch, and I think I need to go right to cocaine."
If you wanna hang out, you gotta take her out.
Cocaine. Seth sent this to me a few days ago, and this is exactly what's wrong with high school.
You gotta take her out.
Cocaine.
Yeah. Background vocals.
Seth sent this to me a few days ago, and this is exactly what's wrong with high school.
You gotta take her out.
Cocaine.
Yeah. Background vocals.
Oh, it's Facebook. Sorry. This dad is watching his son wrestle and doesn't like the outcome or whatever the referee's, call is, and you'll see what he does. I think that even though it's not the kid's fault, I think that the kid should be suspended from the team and the dad, suspended from never attending anything
School campus.
extracurricular. This is just absolutely ridiculous. And you can just see the dad. He's all jacked up. He thinks he's all that. So just a standard folk style, high school wrestling match that, I used to participate in. I'm sure that all of you have seen before. So now the referee calls a potential full Nelson. And it's not a penalty. It's just a stoppage, and they restart you. So here...
You can do a half in high school, though, right? You just can't lock in both.
No, I don't know if he's penalizing him a point or warning him. Let's see.
What the hell? This. He didn't do anything.
And then the mom comes in and said, like, hold on, the mom's got to come in. Hold on. Be an adult and don't be like a kid. Like
737525.
What did the father do?
I don't. Well, the father pushed the referee.
Yeah, but he's acting like a kid.
Man, if you don't, I love the commentator. Oh my Lord! Listen. This must be a black girl. Listen. Okay. She said, "Oh my Lord." Okay.
They don't have cops at high school events, man. I
usually
mean,
not.
The ref looks like back in the day he probably would have been a handful.
Yeah, but that dad looks like a monster.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, look, it looks like he just literally got back from Gold's Gym.
And that referee just got done. We're doing his management shift at Boston Market.
Exactly.
I mean, he doesn't want to put up with this for the
Burger
extra
King.
$18 a match.
Hold on, listen to the back. Uh-oh.
I got it in 4K, y'all.
Hold on.
I got it in 4K.
The girl, I got it in 4K, y'all. We're gonna go viral.
I got it in 4K, y'all.
Man,
Did he ever get arrested? I mean,
I don't know if he got arrested or not.
Dark match, Bubba Ray Dudley.
Exactly.
Now
how to traumatize your child during his wrestling match.
The parents at like travel ball leagues, like where like you pay to be on a team and you play like summer ball or whatever it is. Like the parents there are the worst though at some of those. Events.
You're just starting to. Well, I mean, I don't know that Sammy's participating yet. Where with other girls where families show up. I think Sammy's getting ready to start that process in January with basketball, correct?
Yeah. I mean, she's played, yeah.
So I think, but she's really starting to she's starting girls basketball in January, which might mean, she's on the court with other girls and moms and dads are gathered around the court on bleachers or on lawn chairs or whatever, watching the kids. Lummy, has Walker began to participate and, actually going against kids, or is he just still doing in the skills stuff?
Soccer, they just started kind of going against other kids.
Yeah, and have you seen the overzealous dad or the overzealous mother that really think that 3-year-olds that they take it this seriously and they could potentially do something like this?
Yeah, there's one Spanish guy in the soccer.
Of course, he's Spanish.
Yes.
He thinks his son's his next Pele.
Well, baseball started getting bad at the side 9.
Yeah.
All the kids' dads were pretty much acting like they were all Alex Rodriguez.
Right. Every one of them's A-Rod.
But this one guy's been wearing his soccer jersey, and his
kit
follows up and down the soccer field watching,
yelling at his
play.
kid.
And I think his kid's like 4,
right?
Maybe 5. Yeah, yelling at him, kind of getting crazy.
Bubba, did you know that I wrestled in high school and
what, 98?
97, 98. I did it to get into shape before baseball season because wrestling is one of the you got to be in really top notch condition.
You want to toughen up your kid? Have your kid wrestle.
Yeah, so
because it's an individual sport. It's a team sport with regards to them keeping score as a team, but it's an individual. You only rely on yourself, and it really just, oh my God, it mentally, even if you're not even that good at it, just going to practice every day,
conditioning,
and just the conditioning and the mental toughness that it brings to you. That, or I would, if I didn't want to get my kid involved in high school wrestling, I would start my kid at a young age at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Like at a Gracie Tampa kind of deal. They have children's, you can start your kid out like at 5 or, something like that. And I would start my kid doing that because wrestlers are a certain level of toughness, but Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, can you imagine if, Lemmy, will Ashley allow you to get Walker in that?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Can you imagine how tough he would be, if he took it by 10, if he started now or the next year, by 10, 5 years of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament. I mean, he's going to be a big kid anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't he in the upper 3% or something?
Yeah, he's in the upper 90%.
And Sammy seems tall too. Seth, is she tall?
Yeah, she's 7'2".
For her, you mean 7 as well, or 7'2"?
Yeah, 7'2". Yes.
Bubba, in our district, we had to wrestle the Florida Deaf and Blind, the School for Florida Deaf and Blind.
Stop it.
No, I swear to God, it's.
They're tough as hell, though.
I bet the deaf kids are tough as hell.
No,
yeah.
but they
don't ever hear
warn
the
you.
whistle.
No, that's how I got my nose broken, because they would remind you. So if you wrestled a blind kid, you always had to stay in contact with him. You always had to be touching him. But then with the deaf kids, they said wrestle until we break you up, and because they can't hear the whistle. Well, the deaf kid cross-faced me and broke my nose.
Because he didn't hear the whistle.
He didn't hear the whistle.
So you let up when the whistle came, and he just still going 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, and just came way back and just, bam, broke my nose there, and I learned my lesson.
It looks like that dad is facing charges of assault.
He should. He should. He should. I should get a hold of Rob Kahn, Lummy, and ask him at what age, what's the youngest age you could start getting your kid, in there and just start learning some stuff. Because, God, Lummy, as we get older, we might need Walker to, to show up to some personal appearances and whip some ass for us.
That's right, when he's like 4.
No, when he's like 10.
With you, I know.
We're not going to be. We'll still be doing, hopefully some type of content in. What is he? 4 now?
He's 3.
3. Okay, so 6, 7 more years. I'm hoping we're still going to be here. And if he's had 5 or 6 years of, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, we could literally have the baddest. He's going to be by the size of a 19-year-old when he's 10.
Oh yeah.
And if he's like a brown belt and can just be like somebody comes up and gives us a hard time, next thing you know, your son 10 is whipping a guy's ass.
And his Rob's gym is right down the street from us.
Right down the street.
I bet Walker will be able to take you, because we've all thought about it growing up. At what age? Hey, I think I can take my dad now.
Took me 16. I took my
Took him
dad
right to the carpet, right?
I took my dad at 15, 16.
You did?
I got my ass whipped every day until I was 15 or 16. Finally, after a wrestling match, I got beat. I was winning. I was against the guy from Plymouth. I've told the story. David Shook. If I would have beaten him, it would have been the biggest upset. He was like 21-0, Lummy, and I was like 11-11. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I had the guy. I had him. I was up like 5-3, and I had him, but I was riding too high. He switched me and ended up pinning me. My dad took me back to the house to try to show me what I did wrong. I wasn't in the mood for it. I'd been training. My dad and I hadn't had a really excursion for a year or two, so he didn't know that I'd gotten a lot tougher. And he took me down, I switched him, and then I rubbed his face into the carpet.
Oh, wow.
Because all the years of just being, pent up and getting my ass kicked by him, and was not a good situation for the family.
Was anybody there to witness?
My mom, she broke us up.
Oh, no kidding.
Because my dad got up and said, you shouldn't, what are you doing?
That was an illegal move.
You got to be respectful to your father. I'm like, I switched you, and I gave you a cross face and rubbed you into the carpet.
I mean, if my son kicked my ass, I would just deal with it. I wouldn't tell him you're not supposed to kick my ass
you're
for
not
fighting.
You're not Doug Clem.
Doug Clem, yeah.
Doug Clem doesn't put up with that stuff.
Doug Clem wanted to have a Hell in a Cell match.
Doug Clem wanted a hardcore immediately. He's going out to the garage to get 2 baseball bats and some barbed wire.
Throw you over out the top of the cage.
Lummy, we must either today or maybe tomorrow before like 6 or 7 or 10. I think what do they draw like at? I think you got to have your tickets bought up by like 8 or 9.
Yeah, the drawing's at I think
Mega Millions. This is the only time I play the lottery when it gets real big, and I usually spend like $15 or $20 on just some super picks. Mega Millions jackpot jumps for Friday the 13th drawing. It is now an estimated $670 million.
How much is a ticket now? $2?
$2. Friday the 13th, is it as unlucky as you may think? This Friday could join the club of Friday the 13th Mega Millionaire winners. Game officials say the jackpot has been claimed on Friday the 13th 7 times, and this Friday could be the 8th. Speaking of that number 8, if the jackpot is won this Friday, it would be the 8th largest jackpot in Mega Millions history. The jackpot is estimated to be $670 million over 29 years, or you could take the lump sum of $317.
You always take the lump sum, right?
Yeah, but then you get about half of that.
Uncle Eric, $100.
But once you died, you can't hand that down as an inheritance.
Yeah,
right?
you can.
You
You've paid taxes on it already.
Oh, okay.
Now your family. Now I don't know, Lummy, if
they still get payments after you're dead.
No. What I'm saying, nobody's taking the payments.
Okay.
Everybody's taking the one lump sum.
All right.
So I don't know that the one lump sum of $317 is what you're clearing. I think you got to whack that about in half, But I wonder, Lummy, if you pay taxes on it when you get it, does your family have to pay like the death tax and all that kind of deal?
Usually, there's ways around it.
Put it in theirs.
Yeah, you slowly start giving it to them throughout the years. I think you get up to $20,000, $25,000 a year.
$25,000?
Yeah.
Well, so take half of 317, call that.
But that's one person. So if you go 5
I think you could probably put it in like an irrevocable trust, or some kind of land or something like that, so that your family. I'd try to blow it all. I would.
Would you?
I wouldn't want. Yeah, I mean, my son doesn't have a relationship with me.
You don't think he'd be coming back?
Who am I going to leave my stuff to?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
I had to pay a death tax when my mom.
Yeah, I mean, how much was it?
Mine, I had to pay like $8,000.
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, it was investments and stuff that I had to pay out on that, and it's crazy.
But your mom probably didn't have a financial advisor that set her up on tax shelters and things like that so that you didn't have to pay that $8,000. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your mom wasn't that wealthy where she had millions and millions and millions of dollars, and she had to protect it through, irrevocable trusts and things like that. I think people that have that sort of money have, these financial advisors that put it in various things, and so that, little Patrick Tuttle doesn't have to pay the $8,000.
So Florida does not have an inheritance tax or estate tax.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then I got scammed, then I think.
Well, yeah.
I know I had to pay something.
Let me, when I get back, with the Luigi Mangione. Was it Luigi Mangione?
He just goes by one name now, Bubba.
Luigi? He's just Luigi?
No, everybody knows him.
A lot of people are, as soon as he was formally charged yesterday, what was it, $35,000 that was raised? People are now feeling sorry for him. There's a defense fund that's been formed. There's all types of news surrounding him, including a lot of people feeling sorry for him because the surgery he was denied from United to get potentially could have brought back his sex life. It's been reported now that he didn't have sex for a year and a half. Now, everybody has seen how good looking of a dude he is. And if you're good, you got to probably think that he had all types of chicks that were wanting the D, but because he had a messed up back, I think he had like a soft noodle Jones deal.
Living a year as an incel radicalized him.
Yeah, a year with no, you got vagina just throwing themselves on you, but you can't get it up. Now, that doesn't mean you should shoot and kill necessarily the president of the company that's denying you, but, it adds an interesting twist to the whole situation. We'll get to that and more next. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Yeah. If you need more, I can get you a BC.
No, I'm all good, man. The powder scares me.
Morning, Mitch. Could be fentanyl. Could be fentanyl. Probably would get rid of your headache, though. Fentanyl.
Just get rid of everything.
Yeah. Thank you guys for all the info
on that. Like I don't know if that makes a difference though, because it was with all their investments and stuff. But I have a person now, so.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you, Sean, Uncle Eric.
Good morning to everybody just joining us. What do we see? Good numbers right now. So do we do Facebook Live too?
Yep.
Mommy?
Yeah.
Do a lot of people get involved in the chat in there? Or? Bless you.
Thank you. What's up, Berto Perez?
Berto, how are you?
The show's never going anywhere, Jimmy, as long as bitches like you are hanging around here.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one.
When people that hate the show stop watching it, that's when it'll go away. What up, Berto?
Is that Bubba playing or the and Bubba?
I mean,
really well.
we need to get more of these. I don't know why.
What are the rules to this? You gotta like let it hit once.
You know what I'm saying, Lummy? Like,
yeah.
I shouldn't be the only guy building them. Is what I'm saying. They can literally just go into our old videos and piece them together. But it just makes us look stupid playing the same one 4 days in a row. Don't you think?
So you're saying if I wanted to, I could just grab some off of the old YouTube videos and put some stuff together?
Yeah, an hour's worth.
Okay. I'll work on some of those this weekend.
Thank you.
What up, Hugh?
And you said what's a good time? You said an hour?
Yeah, an hour.
Okay.
What's up, Mr. Longwood?
Hey, what's up, Longwood?
Thank you for the message.
The Colossus of Cloud.
What's up, Eat More Coleslaw?
Fuck yeah, Cole. If you could leave me a review somewhere, that'd be great. 5 stars. Maybe just leave it on a review for Bubba Raceway Park. Talk about how great I am.
Good morning. Blumels Divorce Lawyer. Mitch the Mark.
What up, Mitch?
I was looking to see if Bubba's cankles. I haven't seen them in here.
The biggest thing to come out of this story is we're going to find out that this is Dr. Dan's kid.
Oh, I didn't see him. I'm just gonna. Are we? Is it okay for me to think independently for the thing, or is it talking about it?
What up, Permagrom?
Yeah, I wasn't for sure.
Go for it. Red and cold.
Yeah, I'm excited about going to the game.
When is it? The 20th?
Yeah, 3:30.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The entire world is talking about Luigi Mangione. How do you say it? Luigi Magino. Good look. I mean, an absolute, really, really good-looking young man.
I don't know why that's dominating the headlines.
Why?
I think because attractive people tend to get more headlines. I mean, this was a guy that looked like Joe the Supermarket. It wouldn't be, nearly as much of a tragedy.
It's got great teeth.
The guy, well, not only that, but comes from a very affluent family.
I just didn't know that apparently that this guy, that he is apparently like the physical type that every woman dreams of.
Yeah, I mean, did you catch Phoebe rubbing herself to him?
No, but I've caught a lot of other women around town at bus stops and just playgrounds rubbing themselves to Luigi.
Really?
And I asked them, and they go, "He's so hot, I can't stop."
He's so hot that I can't be mad at him.
Yeah, they go, "Get the hell out of here! You're ruining it."
I want to order a fun meal. Rats in the kitchen, but like this is like as polarizing as an issue as Kamala versus Trump, and the fact that half of the people think that he's a dick, and that he's a cold-blooded killer, and that's not the way. Even though you've been denied, health claim, various surgeries and other things to fix your back, that's caused you not to be able to have sex for a year and a half. But you shouldn't, have handled it the way you did. Then there's other people that are heralding this guy in a Peter Pan type way of, these healthcare industry and these healthcare providers need to be held accountable. United Healthcare at one time made $90 billion in one fiscal year. They have, I think, a 30 to 35% denial rate.
That's crazy.
And that the insurance industry needs to be regulated. And maybe it took this guy doing what he did in order to get some type of government watchdog agency or a congressional hearing or a Senate judiciary, some kind of deal to get, a regulation of the healthcare industry. I mean, it seems like everything else, like they just can't charge $9 for a gallon of gasoline. The government steps in and regulates oil prices and gets into various oil reserves that we may have so that we don't get gouged. Us Americans, the federal government has some checks and balances when it comes to us getting gouged. But
the company should be if the company should be alarmed enough just by what happened. I don't even know if the government would get involved if I was running a company. It would at least cause me to think about, letting the public know what I make for a living.
Are they ever going to get involved? Because
I think they will now. I think they will now because I think that you
lobbyists.
It's something that everybody needs. You don't have to. I don't think the government has to get involved in a regulatory type. You cannot gouge the American public to the tune of your private or publicly held company making $90 billion in 1 month on something that Americans absolutely need. Now, if it's a luxury item, if a yacht manufacturer or Boeing or, Tesla or anybody else, nobody's putting a gun to your head to buy a new Tesla. Nobody's putting a gun to your head to buy a new yacht, but when it comes to things that we need like groceries and energy and healthcare is certain. A lot of Americans, one of the reasons why, they have a $90 billion profit is because a lot of Americans cannot afford healthcare insurance. Now, I know that's where Obamacare kicks in, but a lot of people don't qualify for that. It's a very fine line as to whether you qualify for that or you have to go into the marketplace and buy your own. And then once you buy your own, it's very, very expensive. Healthcare insurance is very expensive. Lummy, I thank God your wife has a good job where she's afforded healthcare insurance and you can get the family plan for a very reasonable number. But Seth, who works for a really, really bad employer who does not offer health care, and I don't know if Phoebe's new job allows it or not, probably does. But if, Seth, you had to go into the private marketplace with not an employer's help and research what it would cost for you and Phoebe as adults with a kid kicker, I would say that it's probably nearly $1,000 for you guys to have health insurance.
For me,
a month?
For me, it's like $700. She's covered. Phoebe's got insurance, and so for my insurance, because I do pay out of pocket, it's like $700 a month or something like that.
Right. So let's say that Phoebe didn't have insurance. Throw another 3-4 on that, and then throw a kid kicker on.
I wouldn't have it. I mean, we'd have it. We'd probably have it for. We'd definitely have it for Sam.
For
but
Sammy.
I wouldn't have it for myself at all.
There's a lot of there's a lot of married. There's a lot of families that have the dad, mom, kid, makeup where the adults go without insurance so that they can afford to have insurance on their child. There's a lot of that. One of the reasons why is because healthcare is so expensive. Now, you take that in conjunction with it's so that they have a 35% denial. So you're paying out your ass for it. And then once you do get it, they deny 35% of the claims. I don't think that would piss a guy. I mean, you shouldn't kill the CEO, but it's time for the federal government to step in and start regulating this, because this is not a luxury. This is a necessity. All Americans should be able to afford health care insurance.
I didn't have insurance until I got all these jobs like in 2020, and they were taking care of that for me, but I still paid out the ass.
Listen, when Obamacare came to fruition, and I used to, when we were doing a little bit better, when I was on, making a few $1 million a year, with Sirius XM and terrestrial radio and those kind of deals, before everything really hit the fan in 17, 18, I was able to offer my employees health care insurance, and it was like 60. I think I said this yesterday, and that is, my premiums were like, $6,000 for everybody, which was a lot, but reasonable and a great benefit. And my insurance lady, I do a renewal every year, and it'd go up like, 50, 80, $100, something like that. But I think we had Aetna Silver or something, a pretty good plan. And right after the Obama Affordable Care Act, was passed, it doubled. So the woman comes to me and says, if you want the same coverage, it's going to be like $11,500. And I'm like, I can't afford that as a business owner to offer health insurance, for my employees anymore.
Yeah, same thing happened to me. We were using United. I was providing insurance, and it doubled, I think, in 17.
Yeah.
It was like, it cost us like $3,000, and it went to about $7,000.
So this particular killing, this particular act done by Luigi Mangione, what is he, 26 years old?
Yeah.
Good, very attractive kid.
Ivy League school.
Ivy League educated, valedictorian of his high school. His family, very philanthropic. They have their own foundation. They have the naming rights to a couple different college business schools and things like that. They're a very, very, very prominent family in the Baltimore, Maryland area. And this guy as a killer does not check any of the boxes. Any of them. He was born privileged. And so as we're deciphering why this happened, one of the things that has come to fruition is that he had a back issue, had been denied coverage to get his back issue handled, and he has not been able to have sex for a year and a half. That was one of his supposedly motivating factors to kill the CEO of United Healthcare. Rats in the kitchen. Now, this, again, as I got a little off track, this is polarized. There's half of America that likes Trump, and there's half of America that hated Trump. There's, all of our election, whether Trump went against Biden or Kamala Harris, our politics in our life now, especially with the presidency, is so polarized. Well, this issue, I don't know if is 50-50, but there's a lot of people that are not mad at this guy for what he did, just because they are also the victims of insurance, I wouldn't say fraud, insurance gouging, insurance dishonesty. And there's a lot of people that are rallying behind this guy. And I can't, for the life of me, for as long as I've been covering news stories as content, I can't think of a person that has killed somebody, first degree. This will be first degree manslaughter because it was premeditated. I mean, the guy premeditated it all, knew where the CEO was going to be at a particular time, had a suppressor on his gun. This is as premeditated. This is wrapped up. This is absolutely gift wrapped for the prosecution as first degree premeditated murder, which usually brings you the death sentence if you are in a state that has the death penalty. This is life in prison without the possibility of parole. And never in all the years that I've been doing content can I remember of a person that did premeditated first-degree murder on somebody that half of America, half of the world is rallying for, because of the person that died is a CEO of a really, really, really hated particular business subsect of our country. I can't. Can anybody, open mic, can anybody think of anybody that's been gunned down in first degree, cold-blooded dead? Can anybody think of anybody that's been killed in this manner where there was a percentage of Americans or even people worldly that were rallying behind the killer to the point of setting up, GoFundMes and various accounts to pay for this guy's defense?
Okay, they didn't have it back in the day, but do you remember that father that killed that one guy at the airport that raped his son? Yeah, that great analogy. And maybe that is, I don't know, man.
Remember, he was acting like he was at the phone?
The guy was acting like he was at the phone. They were bringing the killer through the walkway to the courtroom, and the guy had a gun in his pocket, and as the killer walked by to go to the courtroom, the dad whipped out his gun and shot him in the head and killed him.
Yeah.
And and I, for one, didn't blame the dad one bit and wanted that, and I think a jury cleared the dad.
Yes,
for that.
Yeah, they did. They dropped all the charges. Gary Plosh, I think is how you pronounce it.
Mm-hmm. So Rhett, that's probably the last thing that I can think of.
And that was definitely premeditated.
Where a person killed somebody and the public got behind him. Now, this isn't that instance. But this is an instance that's similar there, and I don't know that this instance has as much support as the Gary dude does. But this guy here, Luigi, he's getting support. There's people, for instance, the McDonald's.
Well, people can argue all day about Brian Thompson, the former CEO, and his effect on the community. I think 99.9% of the people can agree that the guy that Gary Plow shot deserved to die.
Yep.
And he deserved to die in that fashion.
Somebody said Jeffrey Dahmer's killer in jail.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think that guy
was already in prison.
Was in prison for the rest of his
no
life.
one can really name him. It's not.
So where people are so passionate about this, that on this side of the deal, that the McDonald's that this situation happened in is starting to now get bombarded with 1-star reviews because the workers of McDonald's are the ones that turned Luigi in. Rats in the Kitchen, McDonald's that snitched on Luigi Mangione is bombarded with 1-star reviews. Google has taken down scathing reviews of the McDonald's where the alleged killer of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was nabbed by the cops on Monday. Luigi Mangione, age 26, was taken into custody at one of the fast food chain's restaurant in Altoona, Pennsylvania, after an employee spotted him and alerted law enforcement. Police soon then thereafter, the suspect's online supporters unleashed a flood of fake reviews. The location has rats in the kitchen, will make you sick, and your insurance isn't going to cover it. Most reviews went along the lines of, this McDonald's is full of rats, until Google pulled them for violating its policies. The tech giant says review contributions should reflect the genuine experience of a place or business, and the content has been posted for multiple accounts to manipulate a place's rating. But I mean, people that would put a 1-star, this place has rats review, they're doing it in support of this guy.
Yeah, but no, listen, let's be honest. Who's ever looked at a McDonald's review?
Yeah, I know. No, seriously, when I go to McDonald's, I know it's slop. I know it's awful for me. I don't need a review to tell me that.
I know, but I mean, these people don't have a lot of recourse, so this is really the only thing they can do at this particular point is, be a keyboard tough guy and give them a 1-star review.
I got to say, one of the funniest parts of the story, though, did you see how there's a big whodunit with the reward money?
No.
This guy may not be entitled to a cent.
Somebody called that.
Hold on. I think Dan
did.
Dan called that, saying that because if you don't call the Crime Stoppers tip line,
it's up to the agency. I don't know if it's the FBI or if it's the police department that took him into custody, but they have to determine how much that info was worth.
The FBI is the one that controls.
Yeah, and they can determine that it was worth $100. They can determine that it was worth nothing at all.
I mean, I think this should be full boat.
I think it'd be hilarious if he doesn't get the reward and then he's radicalized enough to go kill another CEO somewhere.
Well, I mean, what an absolute screw job if you're the cook or worker or whoever the person that made the phone call, whoever that person is.
I think they're trying to get $60K. Did I see that right?
What he thought, yeah.
And that's what they had advertised.
Right.
They'd advertised $60K, a $60K reward for the apprehension and arrest of this guy. So they put that out there. And I hate when agencies or whatever get off on a technicality and not having to pay the dude. Because the guy did the right. I mean, like, what's he supposed to call Crime Stoppers? I mean, you call the cops immediately. If this guy's sitting in your McDonald's, you don't call Crime Stoppers because Crime Stoppers could
put you on hold.
How do you find the number? What do you got? Like Google it?
No, you got to go look. You got to go look at the fine print to see what what the procedures of collecting your money. And it says must call Crime Stoppers first, be put on hold, then it's transferred to 911, then identify the guy. I think usually the rules are they put in there if it leads to an arrest. So that. You don't. If you misidentify somebody, you're not. The only way you get the money is if the person that you're calling for is the guy, and you were the first one to call, and it leads to an arrest. If the guy got off on a technicality because the prosecution botched it or something like that, but I mean, this guy got arrested, is being detained, and has been charged for this murder.
This is just a question. Okay, so say you're eating at that McDonald's, you have your concealed carry permit or whatever the law is. Could you pull on this guy and hold him at gunpoint until somebody came?
You could, but you're also risking the fact that you don't have the right guy.
Yeah.
And now you've pulled on Johnny Innocent.
Okay.
And
calculated risk.
You got Johnny Innocent nose down on the ground with your Glock 9 to his head, and the cops come and they say, "This isn't the guy." Now you're going to jail.
Yeah, that would
You're
be
going to jail for false imprisonment, brandishing a weapon. I mean, they got you hemmed up. You're doing 5 years. You're doing 5 years. So unless almost, like you almost don't want to get involved. You almost just want to call and do it the right way. I guess we still don't. I don't think we know who the actual person who made the phone call is, because I think they keep that anonymous.
They interviewed an old guy who was at the McDonald's. His name was Larry, and we could probably find this clip somewhere. He and a buddy were joking about it while they were in the restaurant. They were like, that guy over there kind of looks like that New York shooter. And then he
I know, kind of does, but his eyebrows don't match. Like all the conspiracy theories.
Right, they were laughing about it, yucking it up, and he said he didn't find out until he had left later that it was the actual guy that they were joking about. But he had mentioned a female employee who had made notice of him as well. So I think she may have been the one.
That's going to be the biggest, next to the Montreal screw job, the Altoona, Pennsylvania screw job on the person that actually called and is the person that got the cops to come and arrest Luigi.
I think
they had the right information. They had the right person. He got arrested. If they don't give this person their money, I'd be more mad about that than anything.
I think with all these people invested in the reward now, we're never going to find out who it was.
And what about?
It'll stay anonymous.
I mean, in the family, the wife and the widow and the kids. I mean, they got money stashed away somewhere. I mean, give this guy 60.
That's an angle that nobody's really talked about, and that is,
what do you think that life insurance claim looks like?
I mean, what type of family did Brian? What's his name? Brian
Thompson.
What? I mean, did he have a wife?
Wife and two boys.
He grew up like working on farms over the summer. I think he was from Iowa.
I think so. Yeah, Iowa or Minnesota.
But he was, the epitome of the American dream up until you get to his day job.
Anonymous giver, $500. This will probably put me on some kind of watch list, but my motivation is simple. Is simply this. I hope this entire event leads to a rethinking of the wealthy people running this country. Health insurance has been a scam for far too long, and it needs to change. Stop talking about it and do something. And so now there is a fundraising aspect of raising money for Luigi's defense fund. It's my understanding that Luigi's family is multi-millionaires. But, I mean, they're people that feel strongly in support of him, want a way to probably show their support, and that would be through some type of fundraiser.
So it looks like he had the surgery and it was covered. They say he was just upset about
So hold on. Now that
he
adds a whole
had the
new
surgery,
wrinkle.
but still had chronic pain, I think.
Yeah, he had the surgery.
And he couldn't get a boner? Is it verified that he couldn't bone?
No, Bubba, I don't think it was an ED thing. I think it was just the physical chronic pain.
Can't get the stroke right.
But his thing is that even after his surgery, he was still trying to surf and things like that. So.
Here is some footage of Luigi at the University of Pennsylvania?
Yep.
And doing now, and I've always thought this is really about the most idiotic way to slam a beer, and that's where you smash it against your head and then shotgun it. This is footage of him. And not only that, but like, what type of Dusty Rhodes, hard way juice are you getting on your forehead if you do that? I mean, I gotta think that cuts the hell out of your forehead.
You would think so.
I mean, has anybody? I've never done it. Seth, have you ever? You don't drink. Does anybody ever done it?
Not slam it on your head.
Do you want to know what's harder, than anything? Because it looks so easy in the movies. I know they use fake bottles, but smashing a beer bottle over your head.
One time when I owned when I owned Plush in Palm Harbor, I had Chris Jericho, Christian, Adam Copeland, which is Edge, Hogan, Brian Knobs, and we were all out there partying in a bus, in like a big, like one of those transporter, like a thing, and Jericho told Christian to knock him over the head with a real beer bottle, and so I mean, like shoot style.
Oh boy,
they were so drunk. And Christian knocked him 2 times over the head and couldn't break the bottle. Because it's a lot harder to break a beer bottle over a person's head than you think it is. And it bounced off twice, and Jericho on the 3rd time goes, no, man, I got big lumps on my head now. This is Luigi.
Just people going through their phone. People that have ever had any contact with this guy just go through their phones, being like, "I think I got something."
And Seth, this could go very viral, right?
TMZ buys these too, don't they?
Yeah, at $10,000 a pop. Seth, if you had this on your phone and TMZ said $10,000, would you not say sold?
I'd make more money posting it myself, but I get what you're saying, Bubba.
And what kind of hardware juice are you getting with that? I mean, I can't think that your forehead is not getting cut, or because you're smashing it to the point.
He's a college kid, aren't they? Most of them are all buffoons.
But it doesn't look like, Lummy, that when you see him put it down here, it doesn't look like he's got any juice. Right there.
It's not a magic show. I mean, he just didn't crack himself open.
All right, you want to try it next break? I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, what are you saying here, Bubba? Like that he's like a witch or something?
No, it's aluminum.
Like what I'm saying is like it's a wonder he didn't cut his forehead all up.
Seth, I got a Real American beer in the fridge if you want me to bring it in.
We got a Hogan Real American beer where you smash it in your head. You think it was 4 times, wasn't it?
Yeah.
4 times and see what type of damage it does.
That guy developed onset CTE that day.
He did. That's why he killed the guy.
Seth, it's been a while since anybody stunted on the show. Come on, stunt.
And that comes from the stunt guy. No, we're not stunting. Now, Tuttle, you're an alcoholic, so you can't do that, right? I can't even think of anybody we could get to do it.
Mach?
No, God, Mach is no.
I don't drink nasty beer.
We'll get Gene. Gene will do it tomorrow.
No, Gene ain't doing it. Let me tell you something. I've taken many licks in the sprinkler. I ain't taking on the beer. I can't even think of an idiot that's dumb enough to do it.
Did you expect him to look like Dusty Rhodes?
I kind of thought he would have at least a cut.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Aluminum, once it crinkles, it becomes very sharp. And let me, in order to open up a beer, you have to really smash it hard against your head. And, beer cans don't remain smooth once you're smashing them. They become crinkly and very edgy. And I would think that I personally think you'd have hardware juice.
Well, yeah, I don't even understand how it would open the can from the side.
Maybe I'm wrong. I think this is just shotgunning with extra steps. I think him smashing it against his head isn't to break it open. It's just to amp up the pressure inside of the can.
So he might have already had it opened, and this was just
right, because he smashes it against his head and then he shotguns it.
Bubba's really
I'm perplexed that we didn't get any hardware.
I was going to say, you're perplexed by the wrestling aspect of this. He's got no blood.
Well, it looked like he was all by himself doing it too. So.
Yeah, and what kind of a job? Or like you only do that when you got a crowd that can really cheer you on, or a couple chicks that might think it's hot.
A couple guys, yeah.
It looks like he had to walk it off a little bit.
It is a really weird sight to see someone do it with absolutely nobody acknowledge it. Nobody's cheering him on.
I mean, you only do something like that when you got a little bit of a crowd, and you're going to get a big high spot on the deal.
And the little preppy guy at a party is just randomly
some preppy guy that's got his hair on point, smashing a beer, and nobody's like really. There's no crowd, nobody to put you over. There's no payoff on the deal.
Yeah, it's like Dr. Dan doing it at his house.
And there's no payoff on the deal.
Not everything's a WWE production, though, Bubba. Sometimes it's just real life.
Wouldn't life be better if everything was hard juicing it?
Everything would be better in life if it was a work.
Maybe video will surface later today of him bleeding out all over the place, Bubba, at that same party.
After he gigged himself already.
Jeez.
When we return, doctors reveal how the lack of sex can turn men into killers. And that's what they're saying. Luigi Mangione, 26, is said to have been unable to have sex because of the debilitating lower back injury that caused him constant pain, according to a friend and former roommate that he lived with while at a surf. So he can surf. This is a guy that was a roommate with him at surf camp in Hawaii. So you can surf, and the tweaking and the back pressure that creates on your back, but you can't have sex. Don't you think maybe you shouldn't surf and maybe continue to do some rehab on your back so that you can bone?
Yeah, he got the surgery in the States and then flew to Hawaii
to go surfing.
Yeah.
But they're not saying ultimately that his back surgery is the reason why he killed the CEO. I feel like it was done for other reasons.
No,
Maybe
it's
it was
sex. You've never been pent up, Seth?
Oh, he's pent up as we speak.
Where you just
he rolls around pent up. Seth Kushner does.
And if I get pent up, I could possibly murder a CEO.
You don't get rageful, filled with rage.
Oh, every day he has to quell his rage.
I get perturbed sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I get a little mad, but I haven't plotted out to kill any.
Have you ever imagined?
I've imagined people dying, but not by my hands.
Have you ever wanted to kill me?
Not this go around.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Probably says up. That's right. FJ Bar. Exactly, Sean K. Yeah, he did. What's up, Thomas Gilson? Good morning. What's up, XL Gaming? Probably was. What's up, LM Clues?
What's up, Jimmy K? I just texted you back. Jimmy K.
What's his name? What was the guy's name? What's the top guy's name?
Bob Stetson?
Yeah, like the people like his under him, like that have hired people and stuff like that.
No, we could easily do that. Yeah.
Like the ones that are at the hiring events and be like, oh man, these hiring events are, so beneficial.
Some of those other people are fucking dumb, though.
Well, I know, I'm just saying they're,
No, I get it.
Hey, dude, when do I talk about the deodorant? I want to make sure I don't let my trucker friend down. My trucker friend, Trucker Carlson.
Trucker Carlson. Has any more episodes of The Landman come out?
What's up, Shane Time?
Huh?
Yeah.
Are they?
Well, every Sunday.
Okay,
No spoilers.
Oh, it's so good.
Is that the one with Billy Bob Thornton?
Yeah.
But if you start another show before House of the Dragon...
I'm not, trust me. I'm still trying to watch Beetlejuice too. I had it on last night and I just fell asleep. I had it ready to press play.
Good morning, Thomas Gilson.
It got cold last night. I had my windows open.
Yeah, 47.
Winter has arrived. Winter is coming. It's here.
Oh, it'll probably be 90 degrees next week.
Tonight will be the long night.
Tonight's gonna be cold, isn't it? Not too bad tonight.
What is the coldest you've ever had in Florida?
Man, YouTube really censors some weird shit.
Who? I didn't.
No, I said YouTube. YouTube just with weird. Sometimes there's like not even any cuss words.
Morning, Johnny Z.
No, I got no wrestling podcast, Felix. Nobody listened to that one. But I did tell Gary that he could carry on the wrestling podcast and I would publish it.
Hey, when are we doing Nerds of a Feather again?
I think we can do it next week.
Okay. And Kristen's coming to stay tonight. And I think we're gonna.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
She posted a bathing suit pic the other day.
Oh boy. Yeah, if a podcast isn't up anymore, nobody listened to it. But I'll get over you. I know I will. I'm the king of wishful thinking. Go west?
What's up, Cracker Chris?
Anybody need to go west? Okay. All right, guys. So the ones that wanted to know about my deodorant,
we're gonna do it next.
Okay, I'm just
quit trying to quit.
I was giving a preview to the.
Quit trying to jump the fucking.
Try to jump this mini cock right here.
Jump this jump the high spot. I'm trying to get.
I'm in the gorilla position trying to keep all you workers at bay.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I got a friendly reminder from my good friend Jimmy Clevis listens to the show every day. Oh. He said, if you remember right, and I do now, that after Christian or Edge tried to break it over Jericho's head, Jimmy took it and did break it over Jericho's head, and Jericho got juice.
Oh.
And Fabrizi had to get this bar rag and get it all hot and stuff and put it on Jericho. And Jericho then left the club and went into the bus and waited for us all to get there. He was just tore up like you wouldn't believe. The good old days.
Way to go, Jimmy.
So Seth graciously brought his deodorant, antiperspirant that he uses. There was was it a trucker?
Oh yeah,
it was a trucker
out of Delaware.
Out of that called the show and says
FTE, right?
Yeah, full trucker effect.
I mean, this was one of the highlights of my career so far with you, Bubba.
Thank you.
Is that a trucker wanted to know my deodorant choice?
You've done so many brilliant things, and this is at the top of the list.
Yes.
Yes. So Seth uses an aluminum phosphate, I don't know.
It's paraben and aluminum free.
So if you'd like to show the camera, by the way, it's available at Target. That's where Seth buys it. It's about $5. I actually smelled it earlier today, and I'm going to tell the merch crick to buy me some. I use Women's Secret, but I think it probably does have aluminum in it. And I think that's kind of what you don't want to be putting in your body.
Yeah.
I think aluminum's done me pretty good over the years. But Seth, if you would show the camera.
Yes. Well, this is a cucumber and mint, by the way.
Oh, so they do they have different fragrance, like different, You got cucumber and mint. Do they got chocolate chip and Bubba,
I'm not gonna lie. I've never actually picked this deodorant out myself. My wife has been getting it for me for years.
It's called Native.
Native. Ever since I expressed to her that I wanted to be aluminum free, and it took a few of these, but this one, I love it. It's a light smell. You could leave it on.
I did smell it today, and it did have kind of a crispy, light tinge to it.
Yeah. So if anybody's in the market for aluminum-free deodorant,
I'm gonna actually tell Merch Crick next time she goes to Target to buy me some of this Native, Native.
Oh
right?
yeah.
And probably within the Native I should say speed stick world, that maybe there's different type of flavors other than cucumber and mint.
I've known hippie people that have used rocks, rubbing the rocks and stuff. Yeah, it's like the minerals, you can get certain rocks.
Man, that's way too hippie for me. Rubbing rocks.
Well, yeah, it's the crystals that
crystals
do it.
That's dumb. Only you would hang out with somebody.
I think Addie's done it before.
Who?
The yoga girl that came and did the thing.
Now, what is your wife's opinion of Addie? Because hold on, there's something going on there.
What?
All of us at the Content House were talking about it. And let me, if we were all to step up and be intellectually honest, everybody here, from Kush to me to you to Rat to Mach can't remember much of the Content House, but all of us, other than Mach,
we
were all speculating. We felt the sexual tension and or energy that was going on between you and Addie. So pray tell.
We've just known each other.
You said you did heavy petting or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
what does that mean?
She's gone now. She's already out of the country.
Yeah, she's in.
What's your
India.
definition
she's
of
in
heavy
Laos
petting
right now?
She's in where?
She's in Laos.
She's in Laos, so she's not going to hear this.
No. What was your definition of heavy petting?
Well, I mean, just like what you do in high school, you know.
You and Addie have made out?
Yeah, but that's about it.
Because heavy petting with Bubba
recently?
No.
I went to her Instagram, Bubba. She's into exotic-looking guys, so I don't think Tuttle going all the way with her is really out of the question.
Yeah, Tuttle's exotic.
Was it a makeout? Did you get Cheetos on her?
No Cheetos.
Did she rub your pants?
Did you
above?
Did she gave you a high friction rub?
Yeah, but I mean that was it. Like she never really was interested in me. We were friends.
You guys just happened to be what
did she put you in child's pose?
Nobody rubs your penis and makes out tongue. Did you? I mean, was it tongue make out?
It was just
tongue make out with penis rubbing. Just isn't for the casual friends.
I guess I wasn't that great at it or whatever, and she just.
You think she rubbed and didn't feel anything that she was interested in?
I mean,
maybe. Listen, you never know why a chick is rubbing your penis and then all of a sudden it doesn't go any further. Usually, when a chick when you're making out tongue with a chick and she's rubbing your penis, usually that
leads
to something.
Yeah, but you got to make.
And the only reason a woman would cut that off is because she's not interested in what she's feeling.
Well, Bubba, maybe she was waiting for Tuttle to make the move. I mean,
maybe she was wanting to Tuttle to, alpha up and then, maybe go for the knockers.
Yeah.
Or, go for her crotch area.
Yeah, she just, at first, she thought I was really weird. I didn't hear from her a while.
You are weird.
And we didn't really start hanging out until she didn't have a plug anymore to get her marijuana. So I was like getting her weed, and then that's when we started hanging out and stuff.
And then you started making out.
Oh wow! So you were like, this is like have sex with a drug dealer type stuff.
No, I didn't know.
That's strong, man. That's good. That's like
you can turn delivering weed to a chick into getting some Cheetos.
Okay, I went over there because she lived on an organic farm, learning to be an organic farmer, and it was her and 3 other women that were other hippies, and I would bring them weed, and I was just overwhelmed because it was a bunch of hot chicks.
Right.
That maybe, don't shave their armpits.
Did you mess around with any of the other 2, or did you just pinpoint Addie?
The other one, see, maybe that's one of the things, because I did end up smashing one of the
other ones.
The other ones, yes.
Right. So there's 3 of these organic hippie chicks that are living at a house. They need some weed. You bring over some weed. Mm-hmm. You end up smashing one of the hip.
The potato farmer.
The potato farmer. Maybe word got back to Addie, that you got that because girls talk. I mean, just like us guys talk. Girls talk. Man,
did you smash before you were making out with Addie?
No, I think Addie. I think making out with Addie was after the smashing.
Yes.
So you smashed the potato farmer.
Yeah,
and then what? She didn't want to smash anymore, or it was just a one-off.
It was a one-off because none of them had money for the weed and stuff. And
so would you sacrifice maybe give them free weed for smashing?
Yeah, I thought it was a great trade-off.
Yeah, it is.
Had money for weed.
It is.
There's not a lot of money in organic farming.
There's really not a lot of money in organic potatoes, Seth. I hate to tell you that, especially on the level that they're doing. I mean, it ain't like they got a whole field and a big combine that's like they got.
What are they doing all day though?
Hundreds of thousands of bushels of organic potatoes. They got like 80 of them out back.
No,
they're selling them at the hippie market on Saturday, making $12. And so they really can't afford weed. So Tuttle rolls up in there with a bag full of weed, and the potato farmer takes one for the team to keep the weed stream going.
Because the banana farming chick didn't smoke, so she was out and she wasn't going to put in.
So Addie maybe felt she had to put some of her time in sexually. Potato farmer said, "Hey, listen, gals, I did a job. I did the first job. Now, Addie, you need to probably kind of flank me with a little something to keep him interested and keep him coming around here, because us selling 80 potatoes at the farmer's market on Saturday ain't cutting it."
And I would always go down there and I would help support them and maybe unload the potatoes and the pineapples.
Mm-hmm. And maybe buy a bag full of them.
Yeah, I would, like a sucker.
All right.
What's wrong, Seth?
Now was a potato farmer.
I actually believe all of this too, which is the best part.
Here's the thing about Tuttle. He's brutally honest to the point of he usually gets himself in trouble.
Well, I mean, just imagining, Tuttle is bringing them weed, and Tuttle's got some money right now, so he can afford it. But then he's showing up to the Saturday morning market, buying their potatoes and their apples and their.
He knows. Listen, he knows how to work,
and I would make.
He knows how to go full circle on a hippie bitch.
And I would bring them soup that I would make out of their vegetables, but nobody would ever do it.
Were they fingerling potatoes?
Red potatoes, fingerling potatoes. Pretty much all variety of potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
And I would make
but
vegetables.
They probably weren't making a lot of money on the deal.
No. But they got.
But you rolling in with a bag full of weed,
Yeah, they would never eat my food or soup. I think they thought I was putting like date rape drugs or whatever
fentanyl in there, so that next thing you know you're
it'd be like your titty offered Mary J. Blige soup. You wouldn't do it,
You're Pete Tuttle up in there,
Yeah, so I mean, it just never worked.
So only two things happened. You smashed the potato farmer, and you made out with the yoga instructor.
Yeah.
And the banana bitch didn't do weed, so she felt like she didn't owe you anything.
No, yeah.
Sexually.
And then the composting lady.
Hold on, the composting lady.
Yeah,
what'd you get off her?
I didn't get anything off of her because she was dirty all the time because she was
composting.
Composting.
Composting potato peels and banana peels.
Yeah.
How many people lived in this house?
4. Sounds like
it was on a farm. They all had their own little tin roof shacks out there.
There's places like this in Florida where you got 4 or 5
in Orlando?
chicks that are organically trying to raise various vegetables and are living in tin sheds outside of a field.
Yeah, in Volusia County.
Were they being held captive, or they were there on their free will?
We're taking sex trafficking to a whole other level. Hey, listen, we're not going to sex traffic them. We're going to farm traffic them and make them grow organic vegetables and sell them down at the farmer's market on Saturday, and then we're going to go blast them every once in a while.
Yeah. And it wasn't even great weed. It was like some of it was some shake, some of it was just like.
How about the ass? I mean, on the potato.
Potato farmer, yeah, dude. She can, yeah, of course. Hands a little rough, but. Sometimes
hands a little rough, but sometimes that rough texture is somewhat appreciated.
Well, I mean, I don't mind my rough hands.
True. Speaking of which, doctors have raised the prospect that sexual frustration may have played a role. See, here's the thing: everybody is grasping at why this guy did this. Why this guy who comes from a very affluent family. My next article talks about his family's legacy in Baltimore. And nobody can wrap their head around why this affluent, good-looking guy would do something this calculated and cold-blooded. This guy has ruined his life. He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison.
He seems to be okay with that up until this point.
True.
That he's okay. I mean, he seems to be okay with what he did, at least from the little snippets of him yelling going
into. What was he yelling? Yeah, going in.
I don't know that. And here's the thing. I think we've only just begun because he will have an opportunity probably in open court to plead. I'm sure he's lawyered up.
Oh, man.
We're going to have an opportunity for him to speak. We're going to catch some various sound bites from him eventually.
Can I ask you, Bubba? I went kind of deep into thinking about this last night. I believe there's already been some charges he pled not guilty on, and I'm going to go ahead and just guess he's going to plead not guilty on this.
Sure.
Do you think that there is a chance that he goes through all of this so he gets a moment up on the witness stand where he can explain exactly? I don't know. I mean, again,
maybe grandstand the shadiness of the healthcare industry.
I mean, unless his whole payoff is the manifesto, and whenever that pops up, I know we got a piece of that. But I feel like when he went through all this trouble and he did it for a reason, I feel like that would need to be explained in more depth. And I just feel like a courtroom is really the only place that he could do that now.
What he shouted out was, he said it's completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
Here's the thing, Seth. I think you're right in the fact that we don't know why he did it, and maybe he did it so that he would have a forum to be able to grandstand his ideas and how shady the healthcare industry is. But now you also lead to, as we had Alex on yesterday, the patsy factor and the fact that he didn't really do it. They set him up to be the killer. They strategically.
Who's they?
Well, the whole conspiracy world.
I know it's
the deep state.
That's a
No,
tough.
I'm just saying, but you have that aspect of this as well. Do you ever notice that nothing from now until the day each and every one of us take our last breath, that nothing is ever just cut and dry as it really is? There's always.
Well, if you believe something's cut and dry now, you are an absolute idiot.
Right.
You're a sheep.
No, but I'm just saying, like, if you were the average consumer who thinks that a good-looking guy was having an issue medically and wanted the CEO of his particular health provider to die because he has been denied claims and he can't have sex for the last year and a half, and for whatever reason he did what he did it. He acted alone. He did it himself. He's the guy. It's just that cut and dry. We apprehended him. He's in prison. He'll go through the judicial system. He'll be found guilty. He'll spend the rest of his life in prison. And that's all there is to see here. If you're that guy, and unfortunately you can't be that guy. That's what the news has reported. That's what potentially is the truth. But nobody can, like, you're almost a whack job if you think that it's just that clean and simple. I potentially think that indeed it is that simple.
How did he get his lawyer? Because I'm sure every lawyer wanted to, represent him, correct? So could there be like 30 or 40 of them down there? Because
I think his family probably, they're very affluent and probably handpicked somebody that's very high profile, that has had high profile cases before. But like nobody will accept that. Nobody will accept that he did it on his own. He did it for a particular reason. He's the guy.
Well, he said he acted alone in the note that he put out. I mean, but I know people will say that somebody put a note on him.
But what I was saying is, like, nobody will be able, for the most part, we cannot just digest that somebody did it. It's them. It's only them. Just like the guy who tried to kill Trump at Butler, Pennsylvania.
The kid?
Yeah, the kid. It's my belief that he did it alone. He's the lone kid. There was not a second shooter.
If that kid was banging beer cans off his head and there was footage of it, maybe we'd have some of that too.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is, like, nobody can ever just digest, even if the manifesto, I think in the manifesto he said, I acted alone.
He said it was pretty easy to see. He didn't have much, He's like, I got this gun that I made.
But we had, Alex, Stein on yesterday, and he's like, there's no way this is what appears to for everybody. There's no way it was just him. There's so many inconsistencies and blah 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 blah. It just seems like nobody from this point forward in time can ever just accept a lone gunman is crazy, did it on his own, got caught, and will now face justice. It always has to be some other F job in there.
How do they find a jury, number one? And number two, do you think he could be found not guilty on this with a jury?
For reason of insanity?
Or just...
I don't think so. I mean, that's the only reason you would be able to found not guilty would by reason of insanity. And I think the kid, when you're the valedictorian of your high school class, you're as well-read and spoken as he is. You're Ivy League educated. I don't think that the insanity plea is going to work.
Well, they're already coming out and saying that when he disappeared for 6 months, he lost his mind. He started going crazy.
And that coincides
with all the pain pills.
His friends say that the lower back also caused Mangione to retreat away from his friends and family, quit sports, surfing, and hiking. Psychiatrists, they're bringing this in now. Psychiatrists say that the sexual frustration can leave somebody with feelings of anger and frustration over being unable to find a partner, which they blame society for. Violent attacks may be carried out as an emotional release. Dr. Raj Persood, or whatever, Persad, a psychiatrist in Britain, told the Daily Mail it definitely is the case that there is a link between sexual frustration and attacks. We've seen some famous examples in history. Sex is really such a powerful drive that is difficult to break out of the vision, unlike with others, such as desire for money. Trump's first would-be assassin, Matthew Cooks, appeared to have been sexually frustrated watching porn before he tried to kill the president. Listen.
Well, what category?
Hold on.
What category?
Hold on. Don't stop giving porn a bad name for us guys.
He was watching porn before.
All of us guys watch a little porn here and there. We're not trying to shoot the president. An expert have also drawn a link between sexual frustration and mass shooters and murderers, adding that Adam Lanza, the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooter, had child abuse images on his phone. Well,
he was creepy. He's the creepiest looking one out of all of them.
Child abuse photos, that's not the fact that you're sexually pent up and haven't gotten laid for a year and a half. That's that you're a weirdo.
No, he's a weirdo, but that guy was an incel. He was involuntarily celibate. He was such a weirdo that nobody would touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah,
Elliot Rodger.
This guy wasn't as much of a weirdo.
Yeah, just because this guy's more normal but still sexually pent up doesn't mean that he still isn't sexually pent up. Just because he's not wrapped in the same looking body as most sexual weirdos doesn't mean this guy can't be a sexual weirdo. Elliot Rodger, who killed 6 people and injured 14 in California in 2014, is thought to have gone on a shooting spree out of hatred towards women who rejected him.
That video of that guy, that Elliot Rodgers, is so creepy before.
Well, there's that guy. There's the guy's back. Luigi's back.
Hello, who's this?
You can see with the screws.
It's Track Meat.
Hey,
I was just going to let you know, Luigi was probably more emotionally hurt because he's a good-looking dude, so he probably could have got girls. With all them pills he was taking, he couldn't perform. So that mentally messes you up more than anything. If you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean you get Vicodin penis, and you can't. It's because you're taking so many opiates and things like that you get noodle-d. It's not necessarily the CEO of United Healthcare's problem why you're hooked on pain pills and can't get a boner.
No, and then one more thing is I've always thought because when I was younger I was on some unprescribed drugs, just taking them and stuff, being stupid.
I mean, you're saying you were recreationally taking some opiates?
Oh, yeah. I used to eat the Zans like they were candy, man. And I crashed a truck. I had a truck on 24s with 2 TV speakers, all that, put it through a concrete pole, just fell asleep at 4 in the morning. I had a Mac 10. Listen to what happened, though. This is all how it went down. I had a Mac 10 on me, and I was going to actually shoot this kid because they kept trying to jump me. And every time I tried to fight him by myself, he wouldn't fight, but then he'd bring like 5 guys and jump me. So I was going to take care of him. Well, that night I was headed that way and just fell asleep because I was all zooted out. And after that, I got clean for the most part other than drinking. But had that night not happened and I not gotten in that trouble, that kid would have been dead.
Wow,
you know what I'm saying? So nothing makes a killer any different than me and you just saying one night, I'm going to go kill somebody.
Yeah, man. And I mean, even with the back pain this kid had, he made his getaway on an e-bike. You'd be surprised what anger
I'm on Xannies, and I want to go kill this dude.
You'd be surprised what anger can power people through.
But I crashed my truck on dual 24s with 2 TVs. Thank God, while I'm on full-blown 2 milligram totem poles. Thank God I crashed my truck, or that guy was a goner.
Perk 30s too. Somebody said.
It saved him because I actually took the gun from my mom. She has a license to have machine guns and things.
Nice.
So
that's a new country song. My mom's got a license to have machine guns.
I took it to kill someone. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, I'm 38 now. I was 18. But anyways, I'm clean. I don't even drink. I'm 328 or 320 some days of not drinking. So I'm good.
Congratulations on your sober Track Meet. Let's keep it going if we can, buddy.
See you, buddy.
What are you at, Tuds? Do you keep track of your days?
What do you mean?
Is being sober?
I've lost count, but it was like a week after I got out of the funny farm.
Oh, so it's been years.
Yeah,
I mean, 2019, end of 2019.
And the worst mistake you ever made is after you got out of the funny farm, I told you not to come to the studios, to go home and be with your mom and dad. Spend the weekend with them, spend some good time with them, and come back on Monday. And you're like,
I thought it was a trick.
I just tell you, Bubba's trying to double cross me right now. He's trying to say, don't come so that he can fire me for not showing up. And I was like, and then within the second break, you're blaming me for you going to the funny farm.
Yeah, I was being very nasty.
You're being a dick to me. I'm like, Tuttle, like you blamed me for going to the funny farm.
Well, I mean, you had to do what you had to do.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, look up the lawyer's name, Tom Dickey, because I live in Altoona. He reminds you of a Better Call Saul guy. He's a pretty.
All right, is that who Luigi has retained? Is
Thomas Dickey.
Thomas Dickey,
lawyer for 30 years.
Wait, if he's Better Call Saul, is he grimy or is he like really smart and savvy?
Yeah. Is he Jimmy or is he Saul?
He's the lawyer you want if you go in and rob a Sheetz and you're on 50 million cameras. He's the guy you want.
Okay,
he's a slickster, just
a criminal lawyer.
He's just the lawyer you want. He defends every scumbag in the local Altoona area.
Fantastic. We'll look him up. Thank you for the heads up, my friend. You will see this is an image that of the back of Luigi Mangione. Well, to me it looks like
lower back.
To me it looks like United provided a surgery that tried to remedy his back pain, and sometimes modern medicine can't fix what you got going on, especially when you're involving vertebrae and nerves.
Didn't Hogan
and yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people that have.
Well, it says that, I guess, I'm looking at it, he had a Reddit page, or what they're claiming it might be
let's
his.
not go to Reddit.
Well, they're claiming it might be his, and he was going back and forth.
That's how bad Reddit is. It'll make you kill somebody.
Well, he was saying that I guess he had to keep going back for like another maybe surgery, or they're going to try different treatments.
It's like milking him.
I wouldn't say milking him. They just, whatever he had.
It's not their fault.
Took multiple surgeries.
Scoliosis.
Can I just say in the end, I don't think the back and the sex and all that, I don't think that's going to be a major part of how this all went down.
Could be a defense.
I think actually, and see if you agree with me, Seth, I think that this guy wants to go down as kind of a vigilante Peter Pan hero. He's very well spoken. He's very well versed.
Do you mean Robin Hood?
And he wants to expose the healthcare industry, and took out arguably the most profitable and powerful CEO of this messed up industry, and he wants to go down like that. Do you see it kind of like that?
Yes, I think when we read the page that has been confirmed multiple times by authorities and all that stuff from his manifesto, whatever the note was, like he said that they're parasites, and he said that that he's the first person that realized something needed to be done, or whatever that last line was. I again, some of this stuff might have been contributing factors, but I don't think a bad back is the reason why he decided to go kill the CEO.
I think this guy's way too eloquent, way too educated, and comes from really a good family that he just
maybe it sent him down a rabbit hole of research, and who knows where that research took him, but. I just think that he did this because of just healthcare overall in America.
When I return, we're going to get into his family. Supposedly his family is super affluent in the Baltimore area, having having various schools of business named after them. Just all types of, he comes from a very affluent family. And then we're going to get into this big whole drone caper. This New Jersey drone caper, they're now having, they're having meetings and hearings in Congress over these 4 and 5 foot, the size of small compact car drones that are seen nightly circulating across the skies of New Jersey, and nobody seems to know anything about it.
Dude, this guy got on TV yesterday, and I think with Harrison, whatever, and was saying there was an Iranian mothership or something. they shot that down, and this guy said it was from very high level sources.
Oh, and they're saying that it's like it's the Chinese that are that are like experimenting things, and
right,
and like why would our country allow China? Why would we just shoot them down?
Because it's our military.
It's us that got caught.
Surprise, it's us.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
can't be great to bury them, right? Like, I'll be out there fishing back in the day, and they would come by, me.
No, it's probably not the best. They do it right at right.
Wait, so Army Navy's this weekend?
Yeah, I guess. I've seen this promo like 50 times
Yeah,
today.
it's this weekend.
It's always
the
last college regular season game, right?
Yeah, they started moving. They used to have it every year in the same place. They started moving it.
Now,
they put it back now. It should
is
be
the 12 all set, or did they have to wait for this game to be over?
I think they were able to luckily set the 12 before they played this.
But wasn't Army? They were like 11-1.
Yeah, but they got
smoked though.
That's funny.
Has any of the branches won a national championship?
No, I don't think so.
No.
No, the Coast Guard did back in 19.
For real?
The Coast Guard.
No, but Bill was telling me like guys aren't allowed to get as big as like other like offensive linemen in the Army.
Yeah,
aren't
because
allowed
you have to
get-
be a certain height, certain weight.
Yeah, you can't be like 400-pound run stuffer and go play for a Navy.
Did you see that one dude on the Gators?
Number 21.
Yeah.
He's worthless based on how big he is.
They use him to fill a gap.
Here's the thing, man. If they just taught him to just go straight for the guy's knees, but he stands straight up, and a guy can fucking take him right out of the play by using his weight against him. He doesn't come in low enough. He's fucking huge.
Yeah.
And he could be like a Tony Saragusa or somebody like. Remember when Fridge was considered the biggest guy in the league, and they always had Fridge come in.
They would let him.
You know who's the biggest though, Bubba? Gilbert Brown.
Yeah, from the Packers.
Yeah.
Gilbert Brown. Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
But
93.
They were true run stoppers.
Yeah.
You had to put two guys on them. This guy from the
So that would
Gators
free
is
somebody
just,
up?
This guy from the Gators is a
Dexter.
fucking joke.
Yeah, but if you can't move a guy out of the fucking hole, then he's doing his job. If you can't move
This
him.
guy from the Gators stands straight up, so he gives a guy a block. A guy can at least get a body between him and the hole.
Yeah.
Whereas if he came in and blew the hole up.
I didn't know you've been watching his game film.
I have been.
I see.
Dude, I'm telling you right now.
Bubba Belichick.
Gators are going to make the 12 next year.
I hope, man. I got some. I just started collecting DJ Lagway cards.
Dude, DJ Lagway is. Oh, I'm working on it. Take it soon because Bill will want to go with this.
Yeah.
So
what do we got? I don't want to see the shitty ass Bulls.
No,
Let's find a good team coming to town with
like they're like big players coming in.
Yeah, like Luka, Steph, not like
those games are going to be.
Well, yeah. No, I know. I'm just, if Jimmy Butler's the biggest star we got, that's cool. I just,
the team's actually doing really good this year, and we're
the Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched them. I watched them in the tournament the other night. They're without Paulo and Franz.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm just excited, but I mean, Seth, I can't.
What up, Thomas?
I can't see them do well again. Like every year, every time they make it to the finals, the team always gets blown up the following year. Like, think about it though. We had Dwight the year that we went to the finals.
What are you worried about, making the finals this year?
No, what I'm saying is
the Magic.
No, what I'm saying is seeing them build the team and then it not stick around with each other.
Yeah, these guys will though, because the way that they've made the contracts is that you get paid so much more for staying with your own team.
All right, we got Knicks, Thunder, Heat.
Thunder, unless that's like in the next week. I love the Thunder. Thunder have SGA, Jalen Williams. Pretty much any West Coast team. All the East
We got
Coast.
the Heat. The Heat Magic is the rivalry part.
Well, they're about to trade Jimmy Butler to Golden State.
Celtics would be a hard game, but to get to, but
they're yeah, I don't want to see Kristaps Porzingis shoot 10 3-pointers.
Who? Kristaps or whatever.
Kristaps.
Then they got the Nets and the Pistons coming up. Raptors, Jazz.
Oh my goodness, Pat! Shit.
Sorry.
Well, you just hit a string of games that shouldn't be hard to get to.
Yeah. Okay. I'll keep you updated.
A couple of those didn't sound bad.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today and tomorrow, our last day on terrestrial radio. So Florida Man Radio, Fort Walton Beach, 103.1. Our Phoenix affiliate. And our Tampa home base affiliate, Mothership, AM 820. Tomorrow is your last live show of the year. We won't be returning until I forget what day it is. January 2nd, 3rd?
I think you said the 2nd.
Something like that. And you will be getting best of. I think, Lummies, you've gotten that those best of, or you're working on finalizing getting them.
Yeah, they'll have everything today.
And then next week we're doing 10 to 1, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. On Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, X, Twitter, /Facebook, and then Bubba Army HQ. And I guess locals as well. You can catch us there. Monday, it'll be Seth Kushner will be your host. Tuesday, I'll be here. I think is Wednesday.
Yes.
Wednesday's a Seth Kushner production.
Yes.
And then I'll finish out Thursday and Friday. And then Thursday night at 8 p.m. Is our White Elephant deal. We're thinking that's going to take about an hour and a half. Tuttle, I don't know if you're going to be able to do that. You're not expected to be there, but if you're, of course, invited, if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
I know Tuttle's going to come on the show on Wednesday when I'm hosting it, so that might be a lot for him to come back on Thursday night.
Well, that or
I'll see if I can stick around.
Yeah, or even spend the night and come back for Thursday morning show, if you like.
Okay.
Whatever's good for you. You little organic hippie potato farmer blasting son of a bitch. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, just to clarify something. When you come back on the 2nd, that's a Thursday. Are you coming back on a Thursday?
Why wouldn't I? I mean, what does Thursday mean from any other day?
I don't know. I would just expect you to come back on a Monday. Like Raw is coming to Netflix on Monday the 6th. So I was just thinking you'd come back on the 6th.
I mean, listen, when we don't do shows, we don't make money. So we're not on any guaranteed contract like we used to. So I could take 2 additional days normally. If we were, not powered by the people, then I would, take that Thursday and Friday off and return back on the 6th normally. But we're not under normal circumstances, Joe the Supermark.
Cool. And I have one Iggy for you on the cans of the head gimmick. I started watching ECW in '96. I was like 16 years old, and I was working in the Redemption Center, so I could sneak back and get Budweisers. And I was a real big mark back then, so I would watch the Sandman and watch him bash beer cans in his head and come blood off his forehead. So I tried to do it countless times with many Budweiser cans, and I never drew any blood. The reason why is because Sandman had already gigged his head so many times before, he's able to draw blood. But with a fresh, clean head that's never been cut, you can't really get any blood off it, even with the sharp edge of aluminum can.
A lot of those guys would pre-gig, though. They would pre-gig. And then a lot of guys would pre-gig and then put foundation makeup over the pre-gig. Ooh. And then that would, as soon as you hit it, boom, you've irritated the pre-gig. And now you're gigged.
Could you take blood thinners too, or like aspirin?
A lot of guys would take an 80 milligram baby aspirin to thin their blood so it didn't coagulate so quickly. So that you'd really. Dusty Rhodes really was a aspirin taking son of a bitch because he had. Oh my God, Dusty Rhodes may have had the biggest gigged highway forehead of any worker ever. I don't know.
Have you ever seen Carlos Colon?
Carlos Colon, Abdul the Butcher.
Who is that crazy black guy?
All of those, Abdul the Butcher.
New Jack.
No, New Jack is the one.
A lot of guys got a lot of gig marks, yes.
Did you know that New Jack actually, I hate to say it, but he actually chiseled a guy out here. I'm staying out here in Boston, in Revere.
So New Jack killed a guy in the ring?
Yeah, there was a guy, his name was Mass Transit. He wasn't really trained. But they allowed him to work on the ECW show, and New Jack gigged him coast to coast, and the guy bled out and died.
Kid was under 18, too. I think he was like 16.
Yep.
Was there lawsuits? Was there anything filed? Anything?
It's the 90s.
if there was, they kept that in the dark because I knew Jack didn't go to jail.
All right, Joe the Supermarket, thank you for the insight.
God bless.
See you later. Bye. As we're breaking down, as everybody in every radio program, every content provider, every podcaster, news network, everybody is trying to dig down the Luigi, how do you say his last name?
Mangione
rabbit hole. Now there's reports of how his family was very affluent in the Baltimore area. Once known in the area as a relative of the club's owners, Mr. Mangione's name is now plastered across every newspaper in the country. On Tuesday, he was charged with the murder of Brian Thompson, one of the America's biggest healthcare moguls. That's definitely an undercurrent, said one customer who visits the is it Ellicott City Club? Is that one of their holdings?
I think it's more part of their resorts.
Yeah. When I saw the news, I was like, that's wild. I know the owner of the country club, and that's his nephew. Mr. Mangione, age 26, is accused of shooting Mr. Thompson dead on New York's 6th Avenue last week before skipping town by coach and triggering a multi-state manhunt that culminated in his arrest in a Pennsylvania McDonald's. The suspect's good-looking young age, and as well as the film script nature of the alleged crimes, prompted online sleuths to dig up a trove of information about him. Reports suggest that Mr. Mangione has not spoken to his family in some time, but news of his arrest sent shockwaves through the country club community that served as the backdrop to his privileged upbringing. As soon as the scion of the family-owned Baltimore real estate empire. So I guess his family was in real estate, to the fact where they're saying it was an empire. Nicholas Mangione, Luigi's grandfather, who died in 2008, was a self-made multi-millionaire real estate developer. This is so not usually the background of people that do things like this. The descendant of a 19th century Italian immigrant, he was born to a poor, illiterate father in Baltimore's Little Italy district. He changed his family's fortune by dedicating his life to an empire of nursing homes, country clubs, and a radio station.
Oh, wow. Let's get on. Definitely.
Maybe we should offer him the show. Let me say, hey, would you guys like a flame-throwing, male-skewing radio show?
Why not?
Who's doing mornings for you now? Bob and Tom? Please. Along with supporting a litany of philanthropic causes, his descendants, 10 children, 37 grandchildren, all have gone on to be successful business leaders in their own right. His son, Peter Mangione, runs the Turf Valley Resort these days, while his grandson, Nino, is a Republican state delegate. Another relative, Salvatore, is an Emmy award-winning film director.
Huh.
I mean, this guy comes from really good stock. The family is so popular and invested heavily in the local area. Members of the Mangione clan hold positions on numerous boards and committees representing everything from tourism to local beautification. So, if you're a descendant of Mangione's grandfather or great-grandfather, and you have the last name Mangione, and you're doing the right thing in the Baltimore area, whether it's running this this country club or being on a local board or being, in real estate, now, man, the minute you tell them you utter your last name, you're instantaneously villainized. Probably, right?
Organized crime.
Look what you've done to your family. Your family just isn't the normal family. Your family, listen to some of the things they've done.
Looks like they run the conservative radio AM 680 in Baltimore.
Who does mornings for AM 680?
The Morning Drive with Casey and Elliott.
Hey, let me see if you can find their phone number.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's how Bubba Clem thinks.
You're a genius.
What are you going to do? Ask them to give up their job?
No, I'm going to ask them there. What were you guys getting inundated with people calling? This is obviously a Mangione owned business.
I sent it to you.
Oh, you did? Would you IM it?
Yes.
Okay, hold on now here.
They have any streaming live or anything like that?
Let me see here.
I'm sure they have a big Twitch following. Oh boy.
Looks like they got the Sean Hannity show on here.
And it's not illegal for another station to call because
no.
They're putting me live on and I'm putting their live on.
We got a UFO invasion. There's no rules anymore.
Right, exactly. They're not. They won't even be honest about UFOs.
Oh, this show features the king of all traffic, Chuck Whitaker.
Yes.
Oh, they put their phone. They've put their phone calls on busy.
Did you say king of traffic?
The king of all traffic.
Who's
the
that?
king of all traffic.
Chuck Whitaker.
Chuck Whitaker, king of all traffic, on 620. Mangione Radio.
They got the office line. I bet you.
This is the studio call-in line. Oh, they do have a listen live.
They do? Give it to me. Send it to
I'm
me.
going to send it to you. Ooh, they have a Choose Your Fake News segment every morning at 7:45.
I want to play the Choose Your Fake News. It's not doing anything, Lummy.
Oh, no.
Look at this. The guy on the left looks like the owner of Pawn Stars.
All right. So this is a Mangione-owned AM 680 in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Listen live. Here we go. Let's see what they're... I'd be all over this. Inside Iggy, right?
Yeah.
WCBM AM 680 live. Listen, here we go. This is gonna.
Hey, it's Pat Donovan. You have to check out the amazing holiday cuts at Meat and Bone, including prime rib roast, ribeye, amazing.
Hey, Pat Donovan. Family owned.
Wagyu options in the country. On Kennedy near Dale Mabry, or go online to meatandbone.com and find out about free delivery.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
City-county line. You can get to the express lanes back there.
There's the king of all traffic right here.
You'll go by the area, and then the ramp traffic is going to be a little slow as well. But for right now...
Sounds like he's in a closet.
Line of 95.
Where's the helicopter sound effects?
This is right before the Beltway on the northeast side, 63-mile marker. There was a report of an incident on the Bay Bridge.
How about the report of an incident that happened in New York about a week ago?
Onto the span. We were a little slow there in Sandy Point. It looks like to me it may be clear. Traffic is moving, but I'll go back and revisit that. But if you're going east on 50, keep an eye out for that. Hartford Road is closed with a big wreck near the...
This is a radio station owned by Luigi Mangione's family. I don't know which part of his family, but it's AM 680 WCBM in Baltimore.
CBM Weather Channel forecast. It is going to be a sunny day today, but cold with a high of 43, overnight 27 for the low, sunny.
Hold on, this is the host.
Oh, and dry and 40 on Saturday, 34 and mostly sunny in Glen Burnie, and it is
weather, traffic. Come on.
Sitting time for our feel good news segment of the day.
I need some good news, baby.
These staples.
This is so
1, 2, 3, sparkle. Good news.
Hey, they have an event coming up called the Steak of
So
the
there's a video
Union.
going viral of two twins finding out if they're identical or fraternal. They've gone 28.
Man, you guys have got the inside Iggy to the largest story in the world right
but
now.
That's not a feel-good story.
And you're owned by the Mangione family. Come on.
Behind it, but
I know they've been told. Please, I'm just wanting a bitch.
And then they became reunited, and they obviously realized that they were related, and then they found out that they were twins, but they wanted to find out if they were fraternal.
I got a feel-good story. How about the fact that your nephew or whoever, he got his ass arrested in Altoona buying a Happy Meal, my friend?
Ready? Based on testing results obtained from the DNA, listed the probability of twin monozygosity is 99.99999998.
What the hell?
Assumed likelihood that they are identical.
Casey and Elliott in the morning.
130,260,710 to 1.
Wow. They're identical. So that special moment in their lives, no doubt. It's 8:47, 13 minutes now before the hour of 9 o'clock. Coming up, they're after Pete Hegseth again. So we'll talk about
typical
radio. They do a lot of broker shows on the weekend.
Other story. We were talking about this earlier before we came on the air.
Let's listen to him puke.
Overall level of violence that is we're seeing in our society now.
Oh, level of violence. How about when you cold-blooded kill somebody with a suppressor?
Trans man in an assault on Congresswoman Nancy Mace. So once again, able to get on the Capitol grounds and assault again a government official because they disagree with her transgender position.
Hey, I've seen that woman, and she's she's pretty cool.
Yeah. So now it becomes if you disagree or don't like someone's opinion,
or got a sore back and been denied claims,
their CEO,
kill him.
And now, of course, with Congresswoman Mace, we don't resolve our differences with.
Don't tell us how don't tell us how you guys resolve your differences, bitch.
Now, in some corners of our society,
now that seems to be
certainly not those that are related to the owner of this radio station.
Sad, destructive, and kind of nihilistic, actually.
Yeah, and so my question is, where's this coming from?
It's coming from your family, the Mangione family.
People are raised, not in every case. I mean, some cases it could be mental illness. It could be drug abuse. In other cases, I look at what's happening on the Marxist madrasas, college campuses, and you
shotgun and beers, sore backs.
Of late,
yep.
A University of Pennsylvania professor is praising the CEO killer suspect.
Oh, here we go.
Calling him the icon we all need. And
this is the story.
This is, again, a professor at the University of Pennsylvania.
BJE Press,
her name is Julia Alexeyeva. She's an assistant professor of English and cinema and media studies.
This is the story.
And she says, she put a post on Instagram, or TikTok rather, do you hear the people sing from Les Mis? With the caption, I've never been prouder to be a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. And so she said, this is the icon we all need and deserve, and stated that a friend of mine made out with him while he was a student for those.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. So this.
By the way, this radio station is owned by the Mangione family.
Indoctrinating, manipulating, and I don't care. You're still, 18 to 21 years old. You still are vulnerable in some cases. Look, the ultimate actions of an individual are based on that's your responsibility. But we see a lot of this happening on our college campuses, where there's indoctrination, there's manipulation, there's brainwashing going on, and some people are more vulnerable to it than others. And I think that's another thing.
By the way, this is a radio station that's owned by Luigi's family.
And elsewhere, we're going to have to look at our...
and this is their morning show called Casey and Elliott.
And see what the hell's going on there.
50,000 watt station.
50,000 watt flamethrower, just like AM 820.
And Elliott.
What's that, Lummy?
So Dan Bongino got to start, and it looks like they're probably not going to take calls because they go 6 to 9.
Hey, they also have on the weekends radio flea market.
Hi, who's this?
Bubba.
Yes.
Hey, man, it's Mark from Kogo.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, not to change the subject on you real quick, I just want to say Joe the Supermarket is a moron, and he has no idea what he's talking about.
All right, that's your opinion, my friend, and I appreciate it.
Well, New Jack didn't kill that kid in the ring. I mean, he cut him and he was gushing, but the kid was a real fat bastard. And a couple of years later, he died of complications of a surgery for a gastric bypass. So New Jack did not kill that kid in the ring.
He didn't die. The kid didn't die in the ring. He died of a fat guy gastric bypass Willie gone wrong a couple years later.
That's it.
All right, man. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. Still trying to get a hold of the Casey and Elliott show on AM whatever the hell. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Jim Lockwood. You ought to start see if the Bubba Army will donate to you paying for an hour brokerage show on the weekend. They got tons of brokerage shows. Or you contact one of those hosts of one of those little brokerage shows. They're always starving for advertisement. Put an advertisement on there.
What a great idea. And I'll have the guys get on that today. And absolutely great idea. Thank you for that idea.
Yep, no problem.
I know.
It looks like the show that starts at 9 is that Kim Kalik, I think her name is. Remember that? Like very attractive African American politician out of Maryland.
No, but yes.
Oh well, yeah. She goes on right from 9 to 12.
The Mangione family name adorns the swimming complex at Loyola. Is it Loyola?
That's a college, isn't it?
Yeah. Loyola, whatever university, where 6 of Nichols' grandchildren graduated, and the is it obstetrician? I can't say it. Somebody, please help me.
Obstetrics?
Obstetrics department.
The what, Lummy?
Obstetrics.
That's not how you say it.
I don't know.
Seth, take a shot at it.
Obstetrics?
There you go. Is that
It's like eyes, yeah.
Is that eye? The eye department at the Greater Baltimore Medical Center, where all 37 of Mangione's grandchildren are believed to have been born. The family has donated over $1 million to the hospital over the decades. The New York Post reported it also runs its own charity, the Mangione Family Foundation, which has assets of over $4.4 million. The name is very well known if you're from Baltimore, said one of the main people at a golf place. It's the talk of the town at the moment, added Alexa, who works behind the bar at the resort. The waitress said a helicopter was swirling around Monday, disrupting the golf course, and the killer's local roots have generated a lot of gossip among staff. Nicholas Mangione and his wife purchased the Turf Valley Country Club in the 70s and developed into the country's only resort and conference center with a 172-room hotel, 36-hole golf course, 10,000 square foot ballroom, 85-seat amphitheater, and a European spa and fitness center. The family also owns another luxury country club in northern Baltimore called the Hayfields, where the suspect's parents, Louis and his wife, Mary, live in nearly a $2 million mansion.
His 2 sisters, I think the one is a doctor from Vanderbilt.
Well, and they own a radio station. AM what, Lummy?
680.
AM 680. Lummy, let's get some information, see if we can do a brokered show and tell them it's, about...
What weekend?
The Todd Zidane show.
Yeah, the Todd Zidane show.
Saturday or Sunday?
I don't know. We'll get that. We'll do all that off the air.
Saturday. I don't want to do it with the NFL.
Right. Yeah, Saturday. Saturday, Lummy.
All right, perfect.
Have to be not this Saturday, but next. Could be next Saturday. Maybe noon to 1 or something. Maybe they're so dead. I mean, I don't even know what the availability is. Let me we'll research it further. We got to get into the drone. Mysterious New Jersey drone sightings prompt call for state of emergency. Like Seth said, it's us. We're doing it. Our military is doing this.
It's us or them.
And it's not them because we'd be stupid to know that they are here.
The aliens, right?
Well,
or you think it's the Iran?
China. I think it's China.
Oh.
So, I mean, they're having congressional hearings about this. They're having congressional hearings where congressmen are walking out because they're insulting his intelligence because nobody will answer the question. It's a real shiz show. We'll do that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You got New Jersey State Representative Brian Bergen. He walked out because they're lying.
I'm gonna talk to my boss about maybe BJE being the main sponsor for the brokerage show if you want me to.
Sure.
I actually think that would be cool.
Wonder how long we would last on there. Like if we got to say we're going to break down
the whole thing,
the whole Luigi Mangione deal here. We're going to break it right on down. This guy's a real piece of shiz.
deserves the death penalty immediately.
All right, here we go. Let's see, everybody. Sniz Flare. You can't shoot. I mean, it would be nice, but you can't shoot drones down in public area. I don't think. I'm sure people do. What's up, Haas 83? Good morning.
Man, anybody see that guy that they got out of that Syrian prison?
Was it the American one?
The Americans found it was an American journalist.
Yeah, he'd been gone for like 10 years.
No, not finding. I'm sorry. It was not that. They were looking for that guy, and they found another prisoner.
American?
No.
But I heard that some people are saying like it's some of the worst like torture like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Prison. It was like Ramsey Bolton and Theon Greyjoy type stuff.
What's up, LM? Yeah, pretty bad for sure.
I felt bad for Theon.
That's why when they said fucking Assad left, fucking Israel went to town and fucking blew up all their fucking weapons.
Well, you know they took over that bubble zone too, right there.
Yeah.
EDP for life. Good morning.
What's up, Paul?
Gary Cantrell. I said good morning. Paul Rogers. Hello. So the people at the Blue Stars, those are
What's
people,
up, Neil?
Are they subscribers or
yeah, subscribers?
What's up, Paul Rogers?
Private number. That's cool. I'm seeing a lot of Blue Stars. That's always good.
Oh, Bill's bought a lot of subs for people.
Who? Oh, I think the first day he did like 30 or 40 of them.
He's done a couple.
That's BJE Pros.
Yeah, we're gonna do one next week, Haas.
Somebody said poor Theon and Bulmet divorce there. He was definitely. I go back and forth who were my most hated people on the show. Not this show. I'm talking Game of Thrones, but.
The person I hated on Game of Thrones most was Aaron Rodgers.
Who?
Aaron Rodgers.
Which one was Aaron Rodgers?
You remember Aaron Rodgers was he was in one of the final couple episodes.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a big fan. He was. Was he a part of the Golden Company?
Yeah, he got blown up. Yeah, with the
Golden Company.
Yeah.
Did you know Ed Sheeran was in it?
Ed Sheeran was good. Yeah, it was a little random, but I liked Ed Sheeran. I liked how they would work in fans of the show.
That's cool.
You watched it, didn't you? Or was
no, but it's cool that I'm familiar with the show, but it's cool that they worked in some of the.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba Army HQ app could be up any day. We don't know. I know they've pulled our old app down. That was the beginning of them being able to implement our new app. Our new app, I feel, is going to really accelerate some stuff. I think it'll be an easy avenue for you just to smash one button and go to our world. It'll take you anywhere you possibly could want to go, including Bubba Army HQ and the incredible search engine and archives, and Lummy and Rhett and Macho Man and Cantrell are adding new stuff, old stuff every day from the 98 Rock, various, hundreds of cassette tapes that Joe the Supermark was so gracious to give us. You know what? Let me work. We could always return those when we're done, right?
Yes, we could.
I mean, Joe, think Joe's life's work. Was it like 5 years worth?
No, it was pretty much like 1 to 2 years.
How the tapes hold up?
Good.
Amazingly pretty well.
Yeah, they were all in the cases.
And Joe, we will, when we're done with them, what would you say? We're a quarter of the way? I mean,
yeah, about a quarter of the way.
So when we get done, probably by middle of next year, maybe?
Yeah, I can see that.
And by the way, all of that material is available on BubbaArmyHQ.com, soon to be our app, where you can go into the archive section, get phone calls from XL 106.7, get various breaks from the Power Pig, get a lot of the 98 Rock shows, everything we ever did on Sirius, everything we ever did on Cox Mornings, Beasley Mornings, and anything we do currently.
Just for the people that believe the app is never going to come out, it's in the App Store. It's waiting to be approved, like it's already been submitted, right?
Yes.
So it just, as soon as it gets approved, boom, it's there.
I mean, as soon as it gets approved, then they're going to tell us it's approved. Do they want us to just launch it, or do they want us to? And I'm going to say no. Don't launch it just now. Give me a couple days to be able to get on the air and tell people it's ready, and we're going to launch it at noon on this particular day, just to be able to tell
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it's stink to have it approved and we're not even on the air. It's when we're off for the whole week.
Right. I'd hate for them to, the 23rd, Monday the 23rd or whatever, say, hey, it's ready to go. Should we just launch it? I guess that would be a soft launch, maybe, perhaps. But I'd like to be able to get on the air and say, hey, Lummy, tomorrow at noon, Bubba Army HQ app is live. Go buy it and make your life a lot easier to be able to support the show. So it's in the stages now where they have taken down our old app, and they are in the process of what I'm probably installing the new app, maybe. And I would say that definitely by the time we get back, it'll be available. So for those, there's a lot of naysayers that say a lot of things aren't going to happen. You know what? This is amazing that most of everything that people say negative about us, there's not really much truth to it. It's your wishful thinking of hate. How many people, Lummy, in various different places are saying, the app's never going to happen. It's just Bubba being Bubba.
Oh, I've heard that. There's a lot of things, even like the documentary stuff.
Well, documentary's never going to happen. Just Bubba being Bubba. Hashtag soon.
Well, that's
never going to happen. All right, that's fine. I'm very proud of the product that we're putting out now. I'm proud of my team. I'm proud of everybody that works. I get along and am proud and don't feel uncomfortable around anybody, well, except Brett.
What about Seth? Does he ever make you uncomfortable?
No, hell no. Seth may not want to admit it, because it's maybe he wants to have a certain shtick on the air, if you will, a little prick shtick, if you will. He wants to be a little bit more of a prick than he really is. But he, quite frankly, is a softie and is a really, really good, not only, he's a good friend of mine.
I think you guys have gotten closer.
We have gotten very much closer.
Too close.
See, there he goes again.
Does that make it? You know what? Too close, so that when you quit, it hurts even harder. You used to be able to quit and celebrate. Now you're actually going to be sad.
Right.
Be like, you know what? I kind of remember some good times with Bubba.
This is the long play because I just have to put 2 more years into this, and then I'm just gonna completely break you when I leave.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I got 2 years. I mean, come on, let's make it last.
No, what do you mean you got 2 years? I think we got. What if we really, keep continuing to grow, and you continue to make more money, which is what you're driven by. And
I'm driven by
or
growth.
are you talking 2 years of life left?
No.
I was just asking.
Thank you, Tuttle, for having my back. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's just his longevity of life. But
no, I'm chill. This has been a pretty easy year.
I absolutely. Listen, there's been all kinds of different lineups that we've had over the years, and really, I always had somebody that was pulling against me. Always somebody that didn't want the best for me for jealous reasons or behavior reasons, which was probably my fault. I was being a dick. I was being harder to work with. You and Tuttle have the longest tenure here, and I think that and don't tell me what I want to hear, but I think that as I've gotten older, that I have become easier to work with and for.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's been 4 or 5 years since I had to cut your toenails again.
Would you shut up with all that?
I mean, I'm just saying that
was that from a fat thing or was that from a bit thing?
It was. Well, we were at the Clem racing shop, and my toenails were long, and I was getting ready to cut.
Thick.
And I was getting ready to cut them. And Tuttle is the ultimate victim slash.
But he was drunk then, Bubba. He was an alcoholic.
I know. So he goes. He's all jutted out. He's drunk. He goes. Would you, Baba? Would you want me to cut those for you? And I'm like, I'm kind of struggling. I'm a little bit heavier than I am now, and I'm probably 20 pounds heavier than I am now. God, yeah. So I can't.
And that impeded a toenail clipping.
Well, it didn't impede it, but I was struggling with it nonetheless.
They were thick though. They get thick.
So I was cutting my nails at the CRI shop. And I'm on this couch that was already kind of low to the ground, and I'm having a tough time. And Tuttle goes, Bubba, would you like me to cut those toenails for you? I know. And now Tuttle actually had like a cuticle kit.
Yeah, I had a kit. I pushed back the cuticles.
And he goes,
oh my God,
would you like me? And I go, well, and we had a shower downstairs. That was barely like I think it was probably very dangerous because there was electrical open wires near it.
No curtain.
This is disturbing on all ends, by the way. Nobody looks good in this story just so far.
So hold on. So I go to Tuttle. I go, well, if I'm gonna, yes, I'd love to have you cut my nails, but let me rinse them off real fast.
Oh my God.
Okay, boss. So I go there and he cuts my toenails. Now fast forward, I don't know. 10 years, 12 years, now it comes back in play on me. And Tuttle, I didn't make you cut my nails. You offered.
I know.
And Seth, if you got a guy that's working for you, you're struggling to cut your nails, and you like the guy, he's not going to hack you up, and he offers to cut your nails, what do?
You know what, Bubba? I'm not. I'm a worker bee, so I've never been in the scenario where I've had an employee.
Would you do it though? Would you do?
I would never ask Seth to.
I would not.
We have a different Seth and I have a different dynamic than what you and I did. You were a low man on the totem pole, drunk, staying in a warehouse.
Tuttle, were you? I mean, you had to be drunk if you offered to do that, right?
As soon as if I was on CRI property, I was already working.
How about all the bad things you did to me? How about the fact that you and Trace took my mopeds out one day and basically trashed them? How about that? How about
I really injured that day.
I mean, you did a lot of stuff that behind my back.
No, I did, and
I did some things that I regret to you, but you've also done some things that you regret to me. You once admitted that when you hated the show, you had like 5 or 6 Twitter accounts that you would absolutely get a hold of my advertisers and join. Like you were part of the Jack Stiefel, Ludlow, Bubba hate crew. Like were you not?
Well,
yes.
Yeah, a little bit at one point, but that was forever.
And one time I called Drew's show, and you or whoever's show.
Monsters. I was on Monsters at the time.
And you knew that there was a policy that, I never mentioned Mike Calta's name and he never mentions me. That's how much we hated each other. And Keith Lawless had an ongoing $1,000 fine that if either name was uttered on the other guy's show, it cost you $1,000. So I call Russ up. It was not, and it wasn't to bust. I think it was to say hi or Merry or Happy Birthday, or it was not a bad adversarial call.
No.
And Tuttle starts going, how about Mike Calta? So I dump it the first time. Then he short spaced me. Mike Calta. And I'm like, oh my! I got fined $1,000, and you knew exactly what you were doing.
I'm not very happy about that. Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
I mean, let's think of as much as I appreciated you cutting my toenails.
No, it's nice.
You shouldn't come back and throw it back in my face. Let's think of right now the worst thing that you've ever done to me. I can admittedly apologize and tell you the worst things I ever did to you. We've been through it. The expisantion, and then the shooting you with an airsoft,
the scissircle
jizz.
Holy hell!
Those are probably the three worst things that I did to you, and I have profusely apologized to you on all of them.
Yes, you have.
Well, and then when I choked you out in the corner.
Yeah, that was.
God, I had rage in my eyes, did I not?
Yeah, that was the first time.
I don't think you could have got away if you tried. I had so much I was like that dad with that wrestling event.
Yeah, I mean, once you get locked in on somebody, you're like a boa. Like, every breath you take, it's like you squeeze even tighter.
All right, so I've done 4 really bad things to you. And I think over the years, I've apologized, given you a job, taken you back, love you as a friend, take care of you. I know for a fact that you thought with the content house, I was going to job you and Colton out and make you stay in a stupid ass tent close together. And I think that I nailed it.
It was nice.
With regards to what you guys wanted to be comfortable.
Yeah, I will say one of the things, and it wasn't something that I did, but it was like the first time that I really felt bad about being in on making fun of you about something, because it was really, really messed up. It was the day that you had come in when I was on the Spice Show at night, and
I brought him a gold microphone.
Yeah, you brought him.
It was Nikki and I, and he had just quit the show, and I at that point didn't know any details with regards that he was the one that stole the tape and ruined my life, and I missed him, and you
got very emotional,
and I had Tom Bean negotiate his deal for free. Saved him 10% there, and I walked in with Nikki, and I presented him a golden microphone.
And the good ones, like
RE27s.
Yeah. Spice made me use it as a doorstop of his office. And we used to laugh every single day. That thing never, ever got hooked up.
What?
Wow.
Oh, you're just fine.
And that was like $800 or $900. By the time it was $800 or $900.
Yeah, and sometimes they would forget to move it out of the way. It would get closed in the door, get all dented up, and it was just.
Did he now? When you worked for him, this was right after he quit.
Yes,
and right after he had stole the tape.
Mm-hmm.
Did he talk behind my back illy, like I was a joke, he hated me, right out of the box, or was he ever
right out of the box? And it was he was I don't know.
Well, aren't you the one? And I think that you appear in the doc. Aren't you the one that one day you're coming to? You were working for Spice Boy. And Calta had just gotten off the air, and it was like a 10-minute period before Spice had to go in the studio, and they were watching the actual the Hogan-Heather sex tape on the Cox-based server computer.
Yes, and you know how much show prep I do and everything, so I did not even see this in the news. So this was definitely before it ever got out. And they were making jokes. How everybody
Did you
does.
watch it a little bit?
No, he didn't watch it. I guess they kind of shunned. They turned it off or minimized it when he went by. But Tuttle says that they were doing their Bubba impersonations, and
I didn't see any moving videos, but I did see what was up on the screen. and it was not on a it was not on a browser or anything like they were watching on a browser. It was using one of the media players, like Windows Media Player.
Right.
So it was on the computer.
So did you ever feel bad for me, knowing that my life was getting ready to get ruined?
I didn't know that it was going to be to that extent.
Oh, he was laughing and yucking it up at the time.
You're right. You're probably right, Rhett. Ha ha!
I didn't.
Oh my God! He fired me. He deserves everything you guys can give him. Made me cut his toenails one time.
Time changes everything, Toto.
Son of a bitch.
No,
hate him.
But I, like I said, I didn't know how big of a deal it was going to be. But I did later on. Like I talked. That was one of the most when I went down to get interviewed about what I saw. I was in there for 2.5 hours. I didn't even do anything wrong, and I felt like they were doing the good cop, bad cop thing on me.
Oh, the cops?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, yeah, let's not get too far.
Okay.
I mean,
sorry.
Everybody be like, oh, Bubba's talking about the I don't care. I do.
I'm sorry.
I do. And here's the deal.
This is the first time you heard about the golden microphone doorstop?
That really, that just goes to show you how much of a dick he was. That just
because I would have sold that way before I trashed it, Bubba.
I mean, what a dick.
Called you the F word for gay because you were so emotional on the show.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, 2 things real quick. I have a comment and a question, and I'll get out. This first thing, thank you guys for the Thursday show. By far, I don't think there's any argument. Thursday is by far the best show of the week. I live for the Thursday show. Thank you guys so much.
Now, is that, would you say direct correlation to the fact that Brian the Babyface Matroni's in here?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. And I agree. A lot of people like that Thursday show. It's a different feel. He's you know what? For being a really good attorney, he's also pretty damn good air talent too.
He really is. He's amazing on air. He keeps everything going. He gels with you guys. Love him.
Agreed. I can see why Seth has taken him as a part-time lover. I can see that. I can see where Seth could fall in love with that guy, and I could, yes.
It was uncomfortable at some points.
Mm-hmm.
Would you let them clip your toenails, Seth?
Seth would let Babyface cut his toenails. Sure, of course. No. And finally, sir, you said you had another thing.
Yeah. For my question, I was just wondering, with Joe the Supermarket giving you guys 600 cassettes there, I was just wondering, do you guys have a scratch and dent or a dusty ring you could throw them? What are you guys thinking about that?
I used to have a professional wrestling ring back when I owned my gym, not too far from here.
Does it mean Bubba Army ring, like royalty?
Oh, you mean like a royalty ring?
Like a barb, yeah, exactly. Does he get a barb ring for this?
Wrestling.
But hold on.
I thought we did before, Bubba.
Oddly enough, I think Joe has gotten a ring or two over the years.
Yeah.
But oddly enough, over the years, we've lost people that are now trolls and hate us. But we do have Merch Crick has quite a few of rings over the years, Lummy, from as early as 2018, which I think might have been the first ring that we've just not been able to get a hold of people. And I bet you we have, 40 or 50 rings of people that have either left the show, moved and don't listen, or for whatever reason, we can't get a hold of them. And, maybe I've often wondered, Lummy, that, after something stays in lost and found for a certain amount of time, then eventually that you just don't have a right to it.
Correct.
And they auction it off, or I wonder if what we should do with all these rings that we have.
That's a good question.
Sir, I mean, as a listener, do you have an idea of,
discount?
Like there might be a Fred and a Jamie and a Ron and a Victor, we've obviously, Lummy, maybe I should get a list of all of them and
yeah, there you go.
Post them on so that I can give everybody an opportunity.
It's like the keychain thing, right?
Put them on, Facebook, Twitter. Here's the names that we have of extra rings that if you have 60 or 9, and we get on the air and mention the names too, and you have 2 months to claim them, or we're going to do X with them. And sir, after the 60-day period, what would you suggest that we would do with them?
You take them all, put them all in one box, and mail them all to Joe the Supermarket.
I guess it's a Joe the Supermarket fan.
No, sir, that's absurd.
He deserves them.
Yeah, buddy, nice talking to you. Appreciate it. Nobody feels the way you feel.
Now, Bubba, I don't think anybody has my ring. You remember the one that you gave me, the little Cracker Jack box ring?
Yeah, when Tuttle wasn't in such good standing and him and Trace and Colton wanted rings, I each gave him these little Cracker Jack rings that cost like $10. And I said, if you still work here a year from now, you'll get a ring.
Put mine up to the camera.
Each and every one of them got themselves fired over that year period.
Not Colton. Colton got it, and you got him a ring.
Okay, I think Colton.
Colton's the only one.
And I think Colton has gotten a ring every year since.
Yes.
I was gonna say, Colton has been fired from here.
No.
Okay.
No, he quit or
he gave us 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, but I can't see Colton doing anything to ever get fired.
Get this though, he left a note like thinking like Bubba, which was really, really nice. But it's Colton also likes to kind of suck up a little bit.
Well, we wrote it on the air.
Yeah, we
read
read
the note on the air.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying, like, he gets Bubba better than anybody when it comes.
Colton to suck up?
Yes.
Get out of here.
Well, first, Tuttle, Bubba also told him to write him a note. So
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes away the niceness.
Well, no, because Colton was going to, but you said, it'd be nice for you to write me a note and have it ready for the end.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, good morning, Bubba. It's Mike, man. How are you, sir?
Good, Mike.
Hey, quick question. Does the documentary that you guys have been talking about, does that include some of the stuff that you were just talking about with Spice Boy? And like all the ins and outs, you know?
Yep, it's everything that I've been trying to tell people for years that have been produced by an independent film company that I have nothing to do with. I in no way, shape, or form am profiting from this.
Are there new revelations in there?
Oh, yeah.
Fresh revelations?
Yes,
really?
revelations that people will be like, oh, my God. Just adding the salaciousness of this particular tape and the lack of prosecution to some people, and how this tape was. Let me just give you this one little tidbit. This tape made it clear to the White House.
What?
The Hogan Heather sex tape made it clear to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Wow.
On accident?
No.
Did they watch it?
I'm not gonna say anything else.
Wow.
Sleepy Joe take himself to town?
That would have been Trump.
Joe.
Would have been Trump.
So that's something that nobody knows how, and I'm not going to give you how it happens, but the documentary will tell you and give you step by step as to how that happens.
Wow.
It's too bad Bubba Spice Boy didn't hit his head when he jumped off that hotel back in the day, rather than ripping his nipple off. You know?
Too bad that one was fake.
That was fake, sir.
So don't give Spice that much
Was it
credit.
really?
Yeah, it was fake. We faked it. That was completely pro wrestling at its finest. Yep. And then we had a gig then we had a gig that night, and I had him show up with crutches and a neck brace with a knee brace as well. We were some hell of a workers back then.
Man, what a mark I am, huh?
Yeah, well,
I thought it was. I've been in radio for my whole life. I didn't know it was fake until Bubba told me. Like I thought that. I mean, to jump off a roof, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do. But
how many years did you think Ned was real, sir?
I know that.
Oh, I mean, I knew. Yeah, I knew that one, Bubba. Come on, man, I'm not that crazy.
No,
but yeah.
there's a lot. I mean, listen. There's David Wells cried when he found out that Ned was fake. I'm not kidding you. David Wells,
it must have been the gout.
David Wells, the former perfect game pitcher for the Yankees, cried when he found out Ned was not real.
What about Larry Bird? Does he still think it's?
Larry Bird won't talk to me now because of the Ned deal.
Man.
Hey, do you hear from 20? Bubba, do you ever hear from 25 or anything like that?
I just heard I just heard from 25 not too long ago, and we're going to have him in one day on the show.
He called into the show.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for your input there, Bubba. As always, you guys are good. I would still be careful with Tuttle, man. Be careful why you trust him.
I know. See you later. Tuttle's like that snake that you turn your back on. Hey. He might bite you, and he might not.
Besides, like Spice, who had a lot to do with the tape, besides Spice, which person or former show member hurt the most when they left? I just was kind of curious if one.
Probably Brent. Probably Brent, just because I really was, Brent and I were great friends. Brent and I were the closest off the air.
What about your engineer guy?
Dave Rice?
Yeah, Dave Rice.
Yeah, that would be up there too. That would be up there as well.
He was a good guy.
Probably Brent and Dave Rice. Dave Rice was just the absolute
salt of the earth.
Salt of the earth. And the only person that can even hold, I mean, Macho Man, Dave Rice was as good as Macho Man.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, that's saying a lot because Macho Man's a real engineer that came from iHeart, that, you know, that was trained by, you know, John McNamara. What's the guy's name? John, I forget the guy's name.
Mm-hmm.
The great Wilson Welch and Paul Sliwa. Just the original Power Pig / J-Core engineers. That's the tree that Macho Man was trained from. So Macho Man's a real engineer, as Dave Rice was too. He came from that family as well.
You and Hamill left on good terms, though, right?
Of course. Hamill and I spoke with Hamill a week before he killed himself. I took Hamill to lunch a week before he killed himself, and everything was good. Did you guys? I'm seeing now from Law and Crime that P. Diddy's accuser identified as NHL star's ex-wife. Are you guys seeing that?
I saw that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Vander Kane's ex-wife.
Yeah. Wow.
Is she an accuser?
She's an accuser. She's one of them. Yeah.
She is.
Yeah.
Doesn't that add credence to it? Maybe. No.
Well, I mean, anybody that says they were. I don't know. She's been in the news a lot. Her divorce with Evander Kane was very messy in public. So,
yeah, I got it right here. I got to get to the drone stuff. We'll do it next, and maybe we'll get to this last before we leave, okay?
Sounds
Perfect.
good.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Like this?
Yeah, that should work.
A bombshell revelation. The identity of the first Jane Doe in the case against P. Diddy is revealed to be Anna Payne, ex-wife of NHL player Evander Kane.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
So I'm looking at the guy. He's focusing.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot we were that far behind.
Alongside P. Diddy.
Okay, I'll do it when we get back then.
But just last week, a U.S. judge ruled that Kane must make her name public. So what does all that mean for her case moving forward? And for all the other Jane and Jean Does who filed suit?
Man, she's hot,
Will their names soon become public too? To fully understand where we are at right now, we have to in the cases against Diddy. The court just
sorry guys, I'll take a picture and post it. Or
do you
Now, do you think that Seth, this might be a case where she happened to take a couple pictures with him and hang out? That's not necessarily part of the freak-off deal?
I don't know what her. I don't know if she.
Her standing?
I think it was rape. I think she said it was rape.
Could have a significant impact on her, particularly given the graphic and disturbing allegations in this case. While the court does not take plaintiffs' concerns lightly, the court cannot rely on generalized, uncorroborated claims that disclosure would harm plaintiff to justify her anonymity. Without more specific support, plaintiff fails to overcome the prejudice to defendants and public interest factors implied here. The judge points out that other sexual assault accusers in high-profile cases of Kevin Spacey and Harvey Weinstein were required means of protecting confidentiality. In this ruling, the judge breaks down all these factors. The doc reads, quote, "This case concerns highly sensitive and personal matters, including allegations that defendants trafficked, drugged, and gang-raped Doe. Although plaintiff is now an adult, she was a minor when the alleged incidents occurred, making the case particularly sensitive. Regarding factor 7, plaintiff maintains, and defendants do not dispute, that other than informing defendants of any current vulnerabilities warranting anonymity, the defendants have identified prejudice. Public factors weigh in favor of disclosure. Alternate mechanisms for protecting confidentiality exist, and a balance of factors. He made a statement through her attorney, reading a part, quote, "I'd hope to use a pseudonym in pursuing justice for what happened to me as a teenager. Defendants demand that I use my name was an attempt to intimidate me, but I am not intimidated. I'm prepared to proceed and hold accountable those who harmed me."
State law in states like California, victims of sexual abuse, such as sexual abuse as a minor, can remain anonymous. But we're in federal court, and there is no corresponding rule of civil procedure. This is one of those cases where laws in different states.
You guys are doing
within
the
a
wrap
state,
up next week?
federal court can differ.
Or I mean next Friday,
Under
sorry.
the federal rule
Why did you
of
get these? These are actually really nice.
I've had them for a while.
And I just like the style of them.
Yeah, they're GBOs. Yeah, that's right.
What time?
Just send it to,
Man, this Diddy shit's getting fucking crazy.
yeah.
Man, it's gusty out.
It is?
Oh man,
Is winter coming?
it's here.
It's supposed to be like 79.
There's 6 White Walkers in the parking lot.
Oh, no 19?
He looks like he's on his way.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's always.
Last one there.
Yeah.
I don't know, did you want that for a posting or whatever? That ring if people wanted to see it? I don't know. Maybe it's not worth it. I didn't know like if you wanted it for
Well,
Yeah,
we never came to an agreement of what we should do with the 60 fucking rings.
What about, I thought people wanted to buy them.
I thought I was gonna list it on eBay today.
Dude, Seth, you know we used to do above a yard sale.
No, I know it's a great idea.
I know, but it also kind of devalues the ring.
Well, they're devalued already because the people fucking left you high and dry with them.
You know, but like if a person would buy them for $200-300, then it kind of takes away from the people that are paying.
All right, let's bury him at sea.
Okay.
What do you remember though, like when you go to those places when you would try to find your keychain with your name on it?
Yeah.
And it'd be like Seth and fuck, there's no Seth.
Yeah.
But it would be kind of like that with the rings.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the only thing you do is you could, if you charge $2,400 for them.
Whoa!
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I mean, we never really came to an agreement as to what we would do with regards to all the leftover unclaimed rings over the years, and I don't think we can sell them because then that, devalues those that, spend their hard-earned money to qualify for one at regular price. Tuttle, what are you?
I was swiping my phone down.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Look like you were sharpening a knife or something.
No, sorry.
So I don't know that we can sell them unless we would sell them for $2,400 because it devalues the current, price of what we charge to qualify for one. So I just think maybe we don't do anything with them.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to buy a wrong name ring for $2,400. I mean, I think they're already slightly devalued because people have left them behind or forgotten about them or deemed them not worthy of at least connecting with you.
I know what we do, Seth.
Yes,
is we offer them to people that do qualify. Offer them to them.
Oh, like free?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if John Costica wanted one,
Neil Mount Plaisir, $10. I will take a ring.
Yeah, Neil Mount Plaisir, for instance, he qualifies.
So say you had like a donkey teeth one, like you would offer that to John Costica
if he wanted it.
Okay,
I guess you know what because maybe they didn't qualify in 2019 and they want that 2019 ring.
Yeah, let's say John Costica, who didn't qualify in 19, is like, man, I like to have an 19. See, Bubba, do you got a John laying around there?
Ryan G wants to know if they're real gold. What is real? I mean, that's the question you should be asking.
No, they're not real gold.
What's real?
They're gold plated.
Don't ask questions about this.
And they're cubic zirconias. They would be it would be a $25,000 ring if it was. It would literally be a $25,000 ring if the diamonds were real and it was real. 18
because they're heavy.
Yeah, Robert
gold.
Kraft couldn't flip that bill.
Right. I mean, the Patriots rings probably would be less than what these cost normally.
Does anybody have one from every year? Or is that?
Yeah, Larry Plummer's a 6-ringer. I think Iggy's a 6-ringer. I think Wizzy's a 6-ringer. Lummy, you are supposed to
Scouting Big Gold.
I'm trying.
Scouting Big Gold.
I got a list going.
Okay,
Give me a second.
Mysterious New Jersey drone
Do you
sightings.
want the list I have so far?
Prompt call for state of emergency. These drones are driving people from New Jersey absolutely bonkers. They see them every night. Nobody will give them a straight answer. Yes, Lummy, give me your 6-wing list right now.
Iggy McGillicuddy.
Hold on here. I want to write these down so that I know.
This is the one I have so far. So if I
Iggy,
don't have you, please let me know.
And if somebody is a 6-ringer, please let us know.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Iggy McGillicuddy, JJ Charger.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Shivering Biz Nazero Sizz.
Shiv. I just call him the Shiv. Say it.
The Shiv.
Mm-hmm.
The Bubba Light.
Which is TBL. Say TBL.
TBL. Cable Dog.
Cable.
Scotty Landers.
Scotty Liz from where?
Indiana.
Gas City. Gas City. 10, 20s, and a 50.
Kokomo, Indiana. Big Man 028.
Big Man 028 is a 6-ringer?
Sure is.
Big Man 028, okay.
We got a couple. We have Hootie.
Well, Hootie is not,
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and he's living in a trailer in the woods somewhere.
The Nashes, and you have an asterisk because technically you gave one ring to the.
Just put the Nashes.
Okay, the Nashes.
Just put Larry Plummer.
I got Larry Plummer. Airtight Ski Pole.
Airtight. Joe from the West. Airtight. Okay.
LM Close.
LM. Okay. Scout and Big Gulp.
So no, they did not get one ring 1 year. And Super Fat Bubba Light.
Super Fat Bubba Light.
Yeah, that's what I have. But if anyone else has, please email me at lummy@bubbaarmyhq.com.
So it was Larry Plummer, LM Close. Who was before? Airtight.
Airtight Ski Pole.
Joe. That's it?
That's it.
Now, if there's anybody else, let me know. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 6-ringers. Now, Lummy, of all of that, I think, I'm not going to mention any names, but I think there's one or two that don't push to 7.
Oh, so somebody's dropping off.
Yeah.
I think, Lummy, I don't want to mention any names, but I think this list stays. I think next year the 7-ringers are one less than this.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And wait till we get to 10.
Yeah. I hope so. Hope we can make it to 10. If we make it to 10, man, we are well on our way to kicking some ass. Hello.
Hi, guys. It's Trickney.
Trickney, how you doing? Was I correct about your father being sick?
Yeah, he passed away on Monday.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the mistake. When did that happen?
Sunday night. He had COPD. Actually, it was early Sunday morning. But yeah, he was young, 69 years old, and it happened really fast. So
I can't.
I'm calling.
I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am. We know how much we care for you. Your royalty in every sense of the word. What do you got for us, sweetie?
A couple things. So I just wanted to say a public thank you to a fellow Bubba Army, Monty's Rule. He reached out to me and offered me and my boyfriend tickets to the Miami Dolphins game this past Sunday. So that was how I was able to spend the day after my dad died, and it was perfect.
Probably good. Probably a cool way to take your mind off a bad situation.
It was perfect.
You're right.
And it was a great game, and he gave us tickets and parking pass. I mean, it was amazing. So that was amazing. Also, Tuttle, love your sobriety. I've been sober for 1.5 years now, and I've watched the progression of you from the stories you guys were talking about earlier. And it's just been amazing to watch, and I'm just really happy for you.
Well, congratulations to you as well, too, because I saw that you just recently came up on 1 year. So that's really great.
Now, Ashley, does it get easier with time? You.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, even when my dad died, it never occurred to me to drink. Like, my life is so amazing. It's so full. I've never been happier. I mean, truly, it's amazing.
And more importantly, who was the Bubba Army that took care of you? I'd like to acknowledge him.
Monty's Rule.
Monty's Rule. Is he gonna? Is he?
Does he have any tickets for the rest of the year?
Is he a BARP qualifier?
I don't believe so. I don't even know if that he goes in chat, but he reached out to me on Instagram and he said, "Do you want to go?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Is he a Magic fan? Get some tickets.
I don't know. I'll find out.
Hey, Trickney, sorry for your father, and more importantly, I'm glad. I'm so proud of your sobriety, and I look forward to seeing you in January.
Absolutely. And guys, the show has been so great this year. So great, Seth. I'm so glad you're back. Lummy, everybody. It's just been a great year for you guys, and I just love watching the show just succeed so well.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Trickus of Needs. We love you, babe.
Love you guys.
Bye. Now. Thanks.
Bubba, Macho Man would like to thank somebody. Semi-autograph Travis.
His mic's up.
I know. He said I'm a spokesperson for this. Semi-autograph Travis.
By the way, I love semi-autograph glass Travis. He's done a few windshields for me. He is absolutely the salt of the earth. A lot of my food reviews, I always put him and Adam from Fenderworks in there as a little sponsor. So I love the guy. What did he do?
He sent a guy out. Macho, I guess, got a crack in his on his Mustang, and they had a guy here in an hour and used resin.
Yeah, they filled in the hole
and fixed it.
Fantastic.
Does your insurance take care of your windshield now?
I think so, but I think they've tripped it up a little bit, so it's a little bit more of a pain in the ass.
Like jack up your rate after.
For real?
Yep. They were never supposed to do that. Now they do. So, semi-autographs, Travis, we love you. Thank you, buddy. Lummy, the state of Missouri, people are going absolutely insane. They are having congressional hearings about this.
New Jersey.
People in, what'd I say?
Missouri.
Yeah.
Same difference.
Same clue. Yeah.
I was just letting it go.
Yeah, I didn't
know where
want
the
to
hell
say
Missouri came from. I figured they're probably in Missouri, too.
Yeah, I mean, New Jersey, Missouri, they'll be in Indiana, Ohio.
Well, aren't they? I mean, haven't they seen them in California? Haven't they kind of seen them around, like, bases that we have?
Area 51?
And here's the deal, man. Like, you can't bamboozle Americans forever. And when you are flying these drones that we're not used to seeing, they're saying they're the size of small cars, you might just want to say, hey, it's our military. We got some new drone technology. Sorry for the disturbance.
I'm okay with the military not letting us know what's going on. I just think they should let just somebody know, one person.
Here is Sabrina, Side. I don't know. She's a deputy defense press secretary for the Pentagon, and this is her opinion or her being asked about the drones.
Jen. Sabrina, can you tell me what the Pentagon is doing to address this issue of drone sightings over New Jersey? It's near sensitive installations. The FBI is involved. What is the Pentagon doing?
Sure. So at this time, aware of those drone sightings that have been reported.
We're aware of them because we're doing them.
At this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity.
No, they're coming from us.
Or the work of an adversary. We're going to continue to monitor what is happening.
They're from a third party of military industry complex vendor with full approval.
Do you think it's some nerds? They're saying that nobody else would have the technology to do this, but I mean, do you think there's some nerds?
Some nerds that are working with the government. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But at no point we're...
Okay, listen, let's just blame it on the nerds, but really they're doing it for us, but we're going to blame it on these nerd guys who look like Tuttle, okay?
Are our installations threatened when this...
We got some drones that we're testing out. We're not really affiliated with anybody, but they're the size of a car, and they're really kick-ass.
Activity was occurring.
Can you rule out that these are American drones? Or U.S. military drones?
These are not U.S. military drones.
Well,
again,
according to Mornings with Maria, they're from Iran. I just sent me the link on that.
I think Iran already denied it.
I think she shoots that down here too.
Let me Scout and Big Gulp says they got 7 rings.
Okay.
I don't know how you can have 7 when we've only made 6.
Yeah, but I guess so.
Listen,
but I think they're probably figuring this year in.
Gotcha.
So put Scout and Big Gulp down there on the 6-screen Willie. Okay.
Will do.
There was a guy that there was a politician yesterday, like I said, that said that there was an Iranian mothership off the East Coast that's been there for a month.
Oh yeah,
and he had said very high level sources that were sending off these drones. So they do ask her about that.
Local law enforcement. What our initial assessment here is that these are not.
And Seth, they can't say that because that would flip people out. There's an Iranian ship off.
I think it's the U.S. and that's why they're not telling anybody anything. I think it's us looking for bombs.
Exactly.
It's not even aliens. It's not even cool enough to be aliens.
No,
because they can deny Iran all day, but they still cannot give people a straight explanation because they don't want you to know.
Doesn't
drones
Trump have
or
property
activities
up there?
coming from a foreign entity or adversary.
Representative Jeff Van Drew, who is a Republican from New Jersey, was just on the air saying that Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones, and that mothership is off the...
And again, this isn't some whack job. This is a guy of Congress.
What is this, Independence Day?
But this is a Republican congressman from New Jersey.
The East Coast of the United States. Is there any truth to that?
There is not any truth to that. There is no Iranian...
She's flat out saying no on that deal.
...ship off the coast of the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching drones towards you.
Here's Hannity. Hannity's got something to say about it. I mean, Hannity...
Today on Capitol Hill, the House Homeland Security Committee, they held a hearing on the threat America is facing from unmanned aerial systems, better known as drones. One example is a story you may have heard about out of New Jersey, where mysterious drones keep appearing in the skies at night, close to military bases and other sensitive sites. Here's what's happened when an FBI official was asked about these drones at a hearing earlier today. Take a listen.
We do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that, of one or more people that are responsible for those drone flights. But we're actively investigating. What the Bureau has done to aid our state and local partners is what we generally do.
And again, this is an FBI official.
Enlist the help of the interagency, enlist the help of the public. There's a tip line there, that 1-800-CALL-FBI, tips.fbi, for information from the public that could help us
we gotta solve
resolve this.
Yeah.
We can't solve this.
This is chilling. We'll give you more details. But now with the latest is our own Nate Foy. Nate, what do you have?
Nate's boots on the ground. He's going to tell you about the drone.
Hey, Sean. So the FBI said today during that hearing they've received more than 3,000 tips so far, and they are continuing to analyze all the images that are pouring in. But after more than 3 weeks of pretty much nightly drone appearances in New Jersey, there are still no answers. Now, today, White House...
Why don't we shoot one down? That's why we know that it's ours, because otherwise we'd shoot one down and then investigate the technology behind it and who's behind it. But, I mean...
Who got us a few months back, Bubba?
The Chinese and the
Chinese
balloons?
But that was a balloon. Yeah, but these are real bona fide, like they can hear the motors on them and everything.
House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters to ask the FBI and DHS about who's behind these drones, but you just saw during that hearing on Capitol Hill, the FBI said they cannot connect the drones to any group or individual. Our colleague Chad Pergram also had a very interesting interaction with House Speaker Mike Johnson. Listen to this.
We are concerned about drones and all these new technologies and what it might mean for national security and the safety of the American citizens.
Any thought these might be dark programs?
I hope not. I don't believe so. But there's a lot of investigation going on, so we'll find out.
A good point being brought up too is these things have to follow regulations, so they have lights on.
Right.
They're fully visible with lights on. And in a lot of these videos, they look like airplanes.
And here's the thing, Rhett. They have to fly below 1,200 feet.
I think anything over 50 feet can be tracked on radar.
I know, but air traffic starts, commercial and private air traffic starts. You can fly below 1,100 feet. And recreationally or a drone or something like that, as long as you're not in restricted airspace. So, trackable airspace, flight following and trackable airspace starts at 1,200 feet. If you're below that, then they really don't pay much attention to you until you're a drone in New Jersey the size of a Volkswagen.
Sean, Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey tells Fox News that it could be a foreign adversary like China conducting surveillance. What? New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says the state is taking the drones, quote, deadly seriously.
The governor doesn't even know, he says.
These are apparently as I understand it, very sophisticated. The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark.
Come on, somebody can get one down.
They're sophisticated and they're also big, Sean. Witnesses describe them as the size of small SUVs or a dining room table.
Yeah, I mean, these things are huge.
So tonight, still tons of questions, virtually no answers. Speaking of Governor Murphy, he's going to host 2 separate briefings tomorrow morning starting at 10 o'clock with New Jersey mayors and other state leaders.
Here's the deal. If it's us, then own it. If it's not, we need to be concerned that our officials aren't shooting these out of the sky.
And where's the mothership? That's what I want to know.
Well, what do you think freaks people out more? The uncertainty of UFOs, which has been around for almost 100 years now, or if the FBI were to come out and say, hey, yeah, it's us. We found something up here that we just want to take a look at with our $100 million drones. Nothing to be concerned about whatsoever.
I think that if there are, you'd be like, hey, we've got new drone technology.
We're looking for nukes and bombs and EMPs. More great news for you at 10.
But it makes you sleep better at night knowing that it's not foe, it's friend. I mean, it's somebody. I mean, people just can't let the SUV-sized drones fly over their house and not be concerned about it.
But everybody's used to being lied to at this point, so everybody's got a theory about it.
So we need to start lying about it.
Yeah, Ty J. Armstrong just said, because, he flies the drones all the time. He said anything over 400 feet non-commercial needs FFA or FAA clearance.
So FAA is involved. They know what these drones are doing and who's doing it. We just won't be. This is just another example. I got to go to words, and then I'm going to come up with this congressman who walked out of the Homeland Security briefing yesterday because they're giving him the runaround. But these things are higher than 400 feet, I promise you. And the FAA knows who they're registered to and who they're flying. That's who they need to screw the FBI and go to the FAA.
I sent you
and ask them who's flying these drones 400 feet.
Ty J needs to get to New Jersey.
I sent you a video where it shows one of the drones almost colliding with an airplane.
All right, we'll get to that and the congressman and in the show next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I think jet planes, they could get sucked into the engine. Definitely would be worse than a bird strike.
What, a Volkswagen?
No, like the drone. Let me see. Was that it right there? Oh, it's not even close.
Is this it right here on me?
Yeah.
Where's the video? Right here?
First video is...
This one?
Yeah, it's at 140. And then the second video looks like the tracker.
You see the drone down there at the bottom.
They said 140 is where they...
All right. Man, show flew by. Somebody said if you hit even a small drone in a 172, you are done.
And they're saying that I guess the drone is not on the flight tracker.
Oh, wow.
Well, the flight tracker only...
You got to be registered.
Well, the flight tracker only tracks things above 1,200 feet that are flying via VFR, or IFR instrument. If you're flying VFR and you're 1,200 feet, you may not show up on a flight tracker.
Oh.
Ty J will tell you that.
A lot of people don't know that.
Can you
VFR's visual flight rule, IFR's instrument. So if you're just in a little 172 and you want to putt around, you file VFR visual flight rule and you stay below 1,200 feet.
But if you're like at an airport in the tower though, and you were scanning, you probably could see, but it wouldn't show up on radar though. Can they jam radar? Yeah, probably not.
Ask Ty J if we can call him tomorrow and get his opinion on this.
All right, I'll text him.
You got his number?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that'd be a great interview. Did you see
Trump rang the bell at the stock market today?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah. Is he the
And I think he won the Time Man of the Year thing.
Yeah.
Yep, he is. Time named Donald Trump as Person of the Year for a second time.
I sent Bubba the link.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. He didn't get so it is.
So he won it the year he was elected in 2016 and then won it this summer around.
Yep.
You know, he loves that. Oof. And this guy's got to be one of the worst hitmen because all the evidence he left around. Oh, dude. Seth.
Yes, sir.
The jacket that he wore, you can't find them. Like, they're sold out everywhere now.
Which one?
The jacket that the Luigi one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a hooded jacket from Levi's, which rings in at $225, is flying off the shelves.
Holy shit! I didn't even know jackets were $225.
When we live in Florida, where we.
I'm a hoodie man.
But that's crazy, right?
Unless
now Levi's is making a lot of money off.
You think a bunch of girls bought it for their boyfriends?
Yes.
What? So you can be the fucking CEO killer?
Yeah. No, because they think that he's hot, so they want to buy his shit. I don't fucking know, man. I'm no fashionista.
Seth, you do have a fashion. I think you have great fashion.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Before we end the show, quickly, let me play this piece of video. This is from a representative from New Jersey that was in a Homeland Security meeting talking about these drones, and he walked out because he thinks he's getting the runaround.
We're here today. You were just inside. You walked out. Why?
I walked out because it was worthless. It was the biggest amateur hour presentation I've ever seen about anything, okay? It was ridiculous. There were no answers. Every question that was...
Again, this is about the drones in New Jersey.
Asked by a member of the state legislature, great questions, no answers, no resolution. They don't know where the drones are coming from. They don't know who's doing it. They don't know why they're doing it, but they say there's no credible threat. It was annoying to be there. I drove 2 hours to be here today, spent an hour in there. I got to drive 2 hours back. The biggest waste of 5 hours in my entire life.
So why do you think they called this meeting?
No idea. Why would you call a meeting to tell people you don't know anything? I have no idea. And then when the legislators would ask questions, there were no answers. Here's the most frustrating part. The colonel of the state police said that he had a helicopter of his flying above one of these drones, a 6-foot drone or something, I can't remember exactly what he said, and he felt unsafe for his helicopter, so he just let it go. Just let it go. Where'd it go? Who knows? You know, didn't want to follow it because he didn't feel safe. Is that not the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? I mean, honestly.
Do they have any idea where these drones are originating?
No, they don't. They would. Maybe if they followed that sucker to when it landed, they would know. But they don't. This is a complete lack of effort, in my opinion, on trying to figure this out.
How about transparency? It's a complete lack of transparency.
What, do you want some guy in a helicopter to just
chop it down? I mean, I want whoever is responsible for these drones to say, here they are. This is the department that's doing it. This is where it's part of the military, where maybe they don't want to take onus of it because they don't want another country to know that we have this type of technology, and they want to keep everybody in the in the dark about it.
Ability, we have the technology.
But people in New Jersey are flipping out. They got SUV-sized drones
for the last month,
for the last 30 days.
The people, we have the
3,000 phone calls.
You think Juan Soto's trying to get out of his 15-year contract?
Resources, we have the money.
I think Juan Soto probably owns them all from the money. Yeah.
It's just a lack of effort.
He's looking for a place to live.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. They should be saying, you know what they should have done today with productive use of our time, if they didn't know anything? Come in there and say, hey, legislators, we don't know anything. But if you get us these 10 things, do these 10 things for us, and the governor calls in this kind of action, we can figure it out. Will you help us? And then we would have helped them. But instead it was just excuse after
I just can't for the life of me, if they don't know who they are, they don't know who's doing it, then that would be a security threat to our country that we got SUV-sized drones flying around New Jersey. That, that's really not that far from, the White House, or even more so, pretty close to, Manhattan and, all the big, kind of like a 9/11 type deal. These things could be very destructive if they would go into the side of buildings. So you're in some very, precious airspace, if you will. There's a lot of people and population around this area. So if we didn't know where they were coming from and knew that they are not going to cause problems because we know who they are, then why don't we just say something? Thinking that it's just going to go away and people aren't going to continue to be upset about it is stupid.
Do you know
excuse? And we know
what? Drone warfare is going to be the new way of fighting wars now.
No, I know.
Nothing. It was infuriating, and I got up and I walked.
Ty J's going to be a fighter pilot for him.
You've been in the service, right?
Yeah, I was an attack helicopter pilot, Apache helicopter pilot in the Army, and I helped stand up the initial unmanned aircraft training battalion in the aviation sector of the Army. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about.
Get up there.
And these guys are not doing the job they need to do to figure out what's going on. And that is the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the state police.
Get the FAA involved. They have to monitor and know what's in the skies at all times. And it's come to our information that Ty J says if it's above 400 feet, they know about it.
And they're saying no threat to Americans.
They're saying no threat, but how the hell do they know? They don't know anything. They don't know what it is. They don't know where it come from.
They do know what it is. In order for you to say no threat to America, you have to know what it is.
Or know where it's from.
When I walked in here today, I was actually pretty calm. I was excited to be here to find out a couple things. I thought they'd be like, hey, listen, it's FedEx, trying to figure out. But instead, I got the most ridiculous amateur hour briefing I've ever sat through.
Wow, that's truly upsetting.
Yep.
All right, so you're here today.
UPS.
Well,
and then finally, I guess this is an anonymous guy that's a P. Diddy accuser.
This guy's an accuser?
Yeah, I mean, wow. I guess.
To your lawsuit, you were hired by a security firm to work security at one of the infamous white parties that was thrown by Sean Combs in the Hamptons. What was that experience like?
At first, he was incredibly friendly, very gracious.
So you had a friendly chat, and then, according to your lawsuit, at some point later in the night, Sean Combs himself offered you a drink. This didn't come from staff or someone holding a tray of drinks. It came from him directly.
Man, P. Diddy's such a freak that he tries to bang the security dudes.
Correct. The first drink started to have some effect on me.
I think it's a black guy or white guy.
And I just thought, wow, these are really strong drinks. It wasn't until the second drink.
P. Diddy wanted to blast everybody, including the security personnel.
And it was over.
What a sick...
Already too late that I realized that there was something wrong with the drinks. Sadly, Sean Combs was waiting in the wings. He was watching from some sort of vantage point. And once I was in a helpless position and he was sure that...
Oh, well, hold on. This might get salacious, guy on guy. P. Diddy on a big-ass, security guy.
He was in a position of power. Then he took advantage of the situation.
I mean, did he down low you?
Did he take the cheeks?
You allege that you were forcibly pushed into an SUV by Sean Combs. That act alone, according to your lawsuit, left you in considerable pain. And then once inside the vehicle, your lawsuit says plaintiff was held down by Combs, who overpowered him while he struggled to escape due to the effects of the drugs in his system. And
this is new.
I'm sorry, I want to try these drugs that they're talking about.
And it goes on to say that he sodomized you.
Ooh. Whoa! This is the first of that.
With a toy or?
I don't know.
No.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop.
Damn.
It was incredibly painful.
This is a whole new twist to the P. Diddy Willie.
Wow.
Willie took down. He took a big security guy down to the SUV, throwed him in there, and then got the ween out and sodomized.
And
now I wonder if he went to the doctor and got his, rectum checked.
A lot of guys don't report.
Yeah, because you're like, man, I don't want to go to the doctors and tell them I got my rectum wrecked because then they're going to think bad of me when really it wasn't my fault. I got drugged. Oh, sure, buddy, you got drugged,
I wonder if Diddy wore a condom.
I'm sure he didn't.
he was acting like it was nothing. And he seemed to be disconnected from it. But it was abusive.
And how many of these are out there?
This is Meek Mill's probably. I know that profile.
Beyond belief.
Meek Mill's, representative for Combs did not comment at the time of the original complaint, released a blanket statement regarding the complaint and others filed at the time. Mr. Combs and his legal team have full confidence in the facts, their legal defenses, and the integrity of the judicial process.
Do you think he ever makes it to trial? Or do you think he gets
in court, the truth will, Mr. Combs is hoping it goes to trial. In court, the truth will prevail that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman.
I love how they put man or woman.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think this, you know what? I think this does go to trial.
I think, isn't it set for May?
Yeah. Set for May.
He'll make it.
He'll make it.
Hopefully.
I guess Ty J's swinging by the studios, to pick up some bumper stickers because he likes to tag the stickers at various Wawas and things like that. And who's going to tell him no?
Exactly.
Nobody.
6'4",
245 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal.
Want to make him a drink?
Ty J, don't take any drinks from Tuttle, please.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.